Mmm. Delicioso. Delicioso. You know what makes it even better? Drinking out of a mug that says the New American Media. Don't you want one of these? You waiting for one of these? Well, let me put it up on the screen. You know how you get one? Oh, no, this is not the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. Welcome to the program, everybody. No. You could have guessed what I would have done and what I would have not done. The first thing you would guess is that I didn't click the YouTube monetization button. So if you just joined us in the amount of time live that it took to hear me say that, hit the refresh button. Now it should be refreshed. And now we should theoretically be getting advertisements. Also, 2 of our recent uploads have removed, YouTube has removed monetization for 2 of the recent uploads. One, it was a little video clip of firefighters on the side of the road where President Trump pulled by and he got out and took a picture with them. Some bullshit organization called Viral Hog claimed copyright infringement. I said, we have fair use. We can play a clip and we comment on it with original transformative commentary. Well, YouTube says, nope, we're going to deny your appeal request. Any money you would have made from advertisements is all gone, and it goes to that Viral Hog company because they had 40 seconds of video that we played. We're now appealing that. So this is just how fragile, futile, and fucked up the world of trying to create original content and rely on people like YouTube can be. If they're the ones that are paying your mortgage, filling your car tank with gasoline, getting groceries, you know, just the regulars. We're not talking about lavish trips to faraway lands. We're not going to Cancun. We're just talking about the basics. People like YouTube, they mess around with the algorithm so much. So it feels so futile sometimes, because even when you're doing things the right way, you're still going to get dinged, and they're still going to try to reach in your pocket and make sure you can't pay your bills doing what you love. It is part of it. I do this because I love it. Also, it's really why I can't rely on Google, YouTube to ever be a reliable business partner. They're always going to pull this shit. Oh, no, that was just copyright. No, they're totally within their rights. No, they're full of it. They deleted another episode and said you can't. Actually, they took it offline and said it was medical misinformation or something. Excuse me, Google, YouTube. You are not in charge of medical information. You're not the Library of Alexandria. You're not the know-all, be-all. You're not the omnipotent, omniscient God that you think you are. Medicine is constantly up for daily debate. Oh, that's dangerous. Medical misinformation. Fuck you. What's dangerous is censoring our ability to gather what information we very well decide to consume and consider. Because you're not the God of me, Google, YouTube, but they are. They are if you only rely on them. If you only rely on them with your hand out saying, wow, wouldn't it be great if I could earn an income this month? Wouldn't it be great if I could just do the show and talk about what's happening in the universe? By the way, there's no reason why the Unhappy Hour logo should be up there today. Because it's the TNAM Daily Show. And it's on the New American Media. Restream just told me that it wanted to remember what I had up in the corner of the screen from yesterday's broadcast, yet at the same time made me go back and re-edit the theme away from this terrible theme into bass. Can anybody make that make sense? No. No, can't. I'm assisting a show get up off the ground. We're on week 2 of this. There were camera glitches. There were several different glitches occurring during that show. You will see Rumble screw up. You'll see Restream screw up. You'll see YouTube screw up. You'll see X screw up. You'll see Facebook, Instagram. You'll see every platform screw up intentionally or accidentally. And sometimes you just never know which one you're encountering. That's why it might be a good idea to continue to put out a prayer of protection. Keep your angels close to watch over you as you try to spread some good in this world that can be pretty messed up from time to time. But in a world where we're battling big tech tyrants, in a world where we are that is a tough phrase to say. In a world where we are battling big tech tyrants, that's why we tongue twisted, tongue tied. I'm thinking so many things I'm trying to say in an articulate, coherent manner. Hey, at least I'm not on mute. I just now, for the first time in the live stream, checked to make sure I wasn't on mute. I'm telling you. But yeah, this morning when I logged into YouTube, 4 videos, 3 appeals. They say if you do a 3-hour show and you have engagement with all the regulars, all the randoms, all the shares, all the reshares, all the comments, all the ads that played, they want to wake up and say, you know what? No, you don't get to pay your bills today. Oh, you got a water bill. You got $100 here. You got $100 there. You got an electric bill. You got this. You got that. Just every human, it costs a daily, monthly amount to just, the break-even point. So you spend your day working, researching to do a show, the production, the post-production, the growth of years culminating and bringing together a group of people so that we can build a community. You can tell your friends, please share the show. All for Google, YouTube to say, nah. Maybe I didn't care for a story you said the other day. Oh, medical misinformation. We have sponsors that would be mad at us if we let people talk and question these medical things on the program. So we're going to steal your money today. And you better shape up or ship out, bucko, or else you're going to be a beggar on the street corner. That's what they do. All of that to say, when I put up my mug, this is one of many ways you can assist the New American Media, and you can fund us directly. If you like the show, understand that we can't do it through Google, YouTube. We cannot rely on the advertisements. They're nice if they go through, when they go through. Super chats, Rumble rants. Yeah, the super chats do. But they want to steal your advertising revenue off of full shows for really no good discernible reason. So on the case of the viral hog video, fuck that company, fuck those guys and what they do. See, they put stories out and then they file all of these claims for copyright infringement to steal all of the hard work of everybody else. When we have a fair use legal authorization to play these clips and discuss these clips. It's a jacked up system that YouTube, Google employs. It's really messed up. I'm being told I need to hold up my mug and say, ums for the poor, like the fox in Robin Hood. What does ums mean? I haven't watched Robin Hood in maybe ever. But I think I get the point. Yes. I go to Cheers You and you throw a couple quarters in. I'm like, you know where those quarters have been. You ever watch that? Was it Kids in the Hall? They did a whole skit about ass pennies. This is getting very esoteric, but I'm deep in the humor world. Point being, you never know where these pennies have been. Yeah, I go to Cheers, you clank. I'm still thirsty, so I'm still gonna drink it, but yeesh, might as well lick a doorknob at a gas station restroom. Anyway, point being, if you want a mug, find me on Venmo, Brian Engelman. Shoot $40 over along with your address, and I'm going to mail it out to you. That'll include up to $10 of shipping in the continental United States. Include your address. I will get you a mug. How about that? If you want some coasters to set your mug upon, these are Ohio-made wooden coasters, $30 a set or $50 for both. Shipping included. Shoot it on Venmo. If you just want one, say circle or say Ohio-shaped in your address. Also, we have pins. Look at these pins, the Unhappy Hour Sports Show pins. It's a mug of beer. Super cool. Those are $25. So $75 for this set of 3. Mug for $50 or for $40. Shoot me a Venmo if you want something this Christmas season. Merry Christmas, everybody. And yes, consider joining us on Patreon, subscription, membership on Rumble, on YouTube, as well as Rumble Rants and Super Chats if you like the program. Yeah, it's been a weird day with tech glitches. It's been a weird day with tech censorship. It is what it is. But it's also a weird universe when we look at the universities. I'm missing out. I need to watch it. All right. Let me do the actual show intro, and then I'll pull your comments up on the screen. And then we're going to talk about the Brown University shooting. What's going on? What are they hiding? How incompetent is this team? Also, were the Obamas set to meet with the Reiners shortly before he was chefed? Remember the chef? The chef who? Imagine the conversations that chef heard over the years, listening to the Obamas bicker over dinner. Could you only imagine? Of course you'd have to take someone like that out if you're up to no good, which we all know the Obamas are up to no good. And we know the Reiners were up to no good. We played you yesterday. Go back and watch if you can stomach it. The last 45 minutes of the program yesterday on the TNAM Daily Show, we played the entire clip of Rob Reiner producing a segment with John Clapper, John Brennan, and James Clapper. There we go. But my brain always wants to Lego block those pieces together. Watch it. It will blow your mind, the level of manipulation and media collusion with the deep state to stage a coup and a grand conspiracy to remove our democratically elected president, Donald J. Trump. To steal what happened there in 2020. By the way, for countervailing views on health and elections, look, it's right on the screen. And I say this. In my appeal, if you have a problem with medical misinformation, go get your countervailing views on health and elections. We're adults. Oh, but by the way, for the Google big tech overlords, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. Still tell you 2020 was on the up and up. I'll tell you, you got to be out your gourd if you want to repeat something like that. You got to be kidding me if you actually want to repeat that. Rob Reiner, I think this was 2018, that video was put together in an effort to frame Trump for Russian collusion. Perkins Coie, Russian dossier, fake. It was all a hit job to take out the duly elected president of the United States. And they were in on it. We got more information about that and some strange stuff being resurfaced about the roast of Rob Reiner. And wondering if the Menendez brothers might provide a defense for Nick Reiner. Really strange, abusive, culty, generational, Hollywood, ritualistic abuse claims coming out. Strange comments made at the roast. And you just see the dead eyes of Nick Reiner. And you at least take a step back. You pause, you reflect, you ponder. You go, what is going on? What was going on? Steps back, you connect some puzzle pieces. Maybe there's something there, maybe there's not, who knows? But for the people who are taking, in my opinion, probably a little too much darn time trying to critique President Trump, his post on X following the passing of Rob Reiner, I think in some ways it was pretty fair. So this guy was very talented at it. You know, he was one of the most talented. He was troubled, very troubled. The Trump derangement syndrome that he exhibited on a daily basis was huge. But it wasn't just that he was a sycophant. He was a misguided believer. He was an active participant in the plots to stage the coup, to push the impeachments, to steal the presidency during his first term and to remove him for the second term. Rob Reiner was at the center of it. And I'm sorry, the Obamas were set to have dinner with him and his wife. The Reiners were set to dine with the Obamas, and then boom, they were snuffed out. Really? Well, damn, if that doesn't make me a little bit pensive over the moment. How could you put these puzzle pieces on the table and go, yeah. Probably just a kid. You know, he did get in a fight at Conan O'Brien's party, you know. I mean, you know, he was in and out of rehab. Of course he did it. Okay. You've also been very well educated on whether it's MK Ultra. Go down the laundry list of manipulation tactics, brain rewiring, Manchurian candidates. I think wasn't that even in the movie Manchurian Candidate? I'm trying to remember when the heck that even was. Who was that? Was that Morgan Freeman? Was that 20, 25 years old? Some sort of hypnosis state, a state of hypnosis. What is that? A hypnosive? That's not even a word. Someone says, well, you know, Nick Reiner, the rutabagas are in season. Must attack parents. Now look, I'm not saying that's what happened, but when you're in and out of a mental health facility and you have the dead eyes of either an addict or someone that's been severely traumatized, either growing up in a household that's just as stark, raving, frothing, angry as the Rob Reiner tweets have been, or maybe there was abuse and maybe it was generational abuse and maybe that was part of what you pay through humiliation ritual or through paying your dues or just going through the process, or just that's how things go around here, kid kind of situation with Rob Reiner's father to Rob Reiner to his kid. There's a lot of pieces to put together. And this isn't to say I know all the truth. This isn't to say, you know, I really love how Trump worded that tweet. But you could say, maybe I don't fully understand the story. And maybe if I had more context of Rob Reiner actively working with the Obamas and Clapper Brennan and the deep state to tank the best president you've seen in your lifetime, who's at least theoretically hitting a higher batting average than the other dopes you've seen over the past 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Maybe there is something really foul going on beneath the surface. And maybe I could grant a little bit of leeway for some mean tweets in this moment. So rewatch yesterday's show, the last 45 minutes, because that 22-minute video of Rob Reiner with Clapper and Brennan pushing these hoaxes to have the president indicted, impeached, removed, raided at Mar-a-Lago. Go down the laundry list. And also to demonize all of you if you weren't completely in lockstep with the insanity of the Rob Reiner, Barack Hussein Obama, Joe Biden, deep state Democrat bullshit. You were equally demonized. You were equally hunted because of their efforts. No, this wasn't just a one-off. This wasn't just, well, you know, everybody gets hot in the moment. Everybody can shoot out a couple of comments and, you know, maybe you're half asleep or half awake. You're on the toilet. You're not even really thinking clearly. You can't judge somebody by a couple of tweets. Come on. No. This was Rob Reiner bringing Castle Rock crew together. I assume it was Castle Rock crew, but whatever, the professional Hollywood expertise of producer, director, writer Rob Reiner to pump out a deep state hit job, the political assassination of Donald Trump. Rob Reiner was a part of that. He was a huge part of that. And he was supposed to have dinner with the Obamas. Are you fucking kidding me? The night that they were killed or the night after? Yeah. Michelle, if that is her real name, if that is her, the artist formerly known as Michelle Obama. Well, I'm going to play you the clip and you can make the determination for yourself. Because once again, I'm not claiming any of these things. I'm saying, what are the questions? What's the list of questions? And by the way, we're going to talk about Candace Owens having a 4.5-hour meeting with Erika Kirk. Did she record it? Was any of it recorded? If so, let's hear it. If not, why not? Also, Susie Wiles. Are you telling me she went out and did an interview and maybe they're claiming it was maybe taken out of context and it wasn't exactly what she said? Are you telling me the Donald Trump chief of staff didn't have their own crew recording the entire conversation in full to protect themselves? If that didn't happen, that's dereliction of duty. That's extreme incompetence or malfeasance. If they didn't, then maybe something in there was intentional. When I spoke with Gerald A. Morgan, the CEO of Louder with Crowder, outside of the hotel in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, at the Republican convention, 2024, he had multiple members of his crew recording me recording the conversation. So if I were to pull any sort of Aaron Rupar dirty tricks, remember when he tried to falsely claim that Trump said Nazis are fine people? Do you recall when that happened? We call it the Rupar. To Rupar something is to selectively, intentionally, deceptively edit clarifying points out of the literal exact conversation that's providing it context to not misappropriate, to misrepresent what someone says. Trump says, and there were a lot of people here today, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis or the white supremacists who are condemned completely. But there are a lot of very fine people here that didn't want to rip down a statue. And some did, some didn't. A lot of fine people, but not that group. And Aaron Rupar cut that part out to put it together. And guess who you had on the campaign trail in the last week of the 2024 election? Still repeating the fucking fine people hoax, perhaps the most racially divisive, dishonest, fake fucking load of horseshit I've ever heard in the political realm. Barack Hussein fucking Obama lying to everybody who has a chance to vote. The biggest proven conspiracy, race hoax of all fucking time. Obama knows it, and he was still out there the week of the election, still pushing that load of horseshit. These are the people dining with Rob Reiner. These are the people offing the chef allegedly. No, that's an accusation that can't be proven, of course. Go to CISA.gov/rumor control. They'll say, no, he was just out paddleboarding. You know, okay. It was Clapper and Brennan along with Obama and Biden, the ones that ran the grand conspiracy. But here we are, a year into the Trump presidency, and what has Susie Wiles delivered us? No fucking indictments of any major characters. Oh, yeah, you got a couple you got the mustache guy. Great. John Bolton, thank you. Thank you. Where are the fucking indictments? Oh, it comes out that they had no reason to go raid Mar-a-Lago. No fucking shit. They never did. They were trying to retrieve the evidence of the grand conspiracy that he had there. The declassified information. I declassified it all. They did it all. Hillary, Obama, Biden, they all did it. They all colluded against me, your favorite president. They did it all. They have been framing Trump and trying to get MAGA lives ruined for 20 years. They've been coming after Americans for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. This is not an accident. You know how they came after that old lady at the Target? She's wearing a Turning Point USA Freedom shirt and some... You're supporting a fucking racist. The Obamification of America, the Obama doctrine, has been to weaponize through lies, anger, rage, violence, and assassinations. They are goddamn domestic terrorists. So forgive me if I'm not going to waste a single ounce of fucking energy worried about the mean tweet about Rob Reiner. By the way, at the end of that tweet did say, may they both rest in peace. Maybe they can find peace in the other realm, because it certainly wasn't peaceful here with the shit that Rob Reiner was up to with Obama, Clapper, and Brennan. So I'm not going to revisit that whole 22 minutes of that video, because even in the comments, you guys are like, all right, I get it. Oh my God. Take a breath, Brian. I'm like, no, because he's at the goddamned epicenter of the problem. We're going to manipulate everything. We're going to steal every fucking dollar that we can. We're going to demonize all the good people of this country. We will get them fired. We're going to steal their monetization. We're going to fuck everybody over if they don't get in line with us. We're going to force you to take a jab. We're going to kick you out of school. We're going to boot you from the military. You can't work. We're going to hire an army of HR lunatics to fire anybody that's not a mental patient. They've been fucking with us for decades. So yeah, I get a little fired up. Calm blue ocean, woosah, woosah, woosah. Woo-ha, got you all in check. Is that Busta Rhymes? Anyway, watch yesterday's show if you missed it. The last 40 minutes, you're getting a taste of me putting these pieces together and just clenching the fist like Arthur the Aardvark, that little meme where it's just the fist that's clenching and gently shaking. It's all right there. If Susie Wiles doesn't record herself, is this intentional? Of course you record every fucking moment of the conversation. Don't you remember what the BBC did to Trump about, we're going to go over there peacefully and patriotically and make our voices heard. And we're going to fight like hell. They sued him into oblivion. Don't you remember? Wasn't it CBS? There are so many of these stories now. Kamala Harris, cackling Kamala, asked a question. They had to edit her whole fucking nonsensical answer out and add a different answer to make it sound like she was quasi-coherent. She wasn't. Now, that's not necessarily a situation where they would be protecting themselves by recording themselves. But you know what? If you had an advisor there, if you put up the raw footage of the entire interview, it would be helpful for all people involved, for both sides of the campaign, if you so deemed necessary. But the opposite, the inverse is true. If you had that full video, you're busted. You're rigging the fucking election. You're not letting us see. For the same people that want to go, Trump, it's unpresidential. I can't believe it. Just too soon. The people lied about Joe Biden's competence, which was 0 to rig the election. They lied. Oh man, Chris Matthews. What was this? No, not Chris Matthews. Chris Wallace, Mike Wallace. Yeah, Chris Wallace. He repeated the same fucking fine people hoax in the 2020 debate with President Trump and Joe Biden. You repeated the fucking proven hoax. If you didn't tune out of Fox that day, I understand Gutfeld is good. I understand the 5 can be helpful. I understand there's a couple of things going on at that network, but they repeated the fine people hoax to kneecap Trump in favor of Biden. They fired Tucker, who was reporting on the potential rigging capabilities of machines. What's more secure? Something you can put in your hand to me, I can take in my hand, look at, and tally, or something I could just mail off into something somewhere, and maybe it comes back in a big box of thousands of other ones just like it. Or maybe a machine that connects to the internet, and maybe it's connected, maybe it's not. Let me see the source code. Nope, can't see the source code. It's proprietary. Well, at least it'll make everything happen faster. Nope, it's going to delay the elections for days and days and days and days until we can configure exactly the perfect amount to make sure that we get you the result that we're looking for. No, for simply discussing how absurd it is to think that that's a superior theory, that's not to say X company, Y company, Z company is specifically to blame for this, specifically being manipulated by Venezuela, as has been accused. You know about all that, all the Emerald Robinson reporting. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but we're looking at it. For the crime of discussing these things, Fox News boots their #1 program as part of a lawsuit, allegedly, because they had to pay. Oh, how dare you, meaningly. Oh, you're so mean. You're so mean. You're criticizing voting software systems that nobody really fully understands and nobody fully can trust and nobody can fully verify. How dare you? So as part of that lawsuit, did you ever really pay that? Or was that just a PR stunt to get people to stop talking about it? I don't know. Are the Venezuelan boats that are exploding off the coast, in international waters, mind you, with extra onboard motors and extra barrels and barrels and barrels of chemicals? It's just a fishing boat. Yeah, with 3 super jet-fueled funny car motors on these boats. Yeah, fishing vessel. That won't disturb the fish. It ain't about the fish. Fox News went just dead to me. Repeating the fine people hoax, covering for XYZ software company. It says, no, we trust us. We're just going to get you the tally of the election. It'll be totally legit. And we're not going to, you've heard all of the complaints. We're just in a weird spot right now. Some stories are connected, some of them aren't. But here on the TNAM Daily Show at the New American Media, we talk about all of them. There's a lot of these stories I don't have all the pieces put together, and that's fine. I think that's fair. So, yeah, misconstrue would have been a good word there. Anyway, I'm seeing the comments on one device. Over here on another device. Hit like, hit subscribe. Consider memberships on YouTube and Rumble, as well as Patreon. It's pinned at the top of our X account at American_media_. Rumble rants, super chats, if you want to toss your boy a tip in the tip jar this holiday season. But look, these are all the things we're covering, we're uncovering, we're showing to you, we're cultivating throughout the entire day. We are following, hopefully, some really good accounts to filter and decipher some of the most important clips and stories so that when you show up here, you're provided some value. We're trying to condense 24 hours worth of what the fuck, into something that's a couple hours long. We're like, and it's the opportunity to have conversations, ask questions, have a good time, get a few laughs out of it as well. That's what we do here at the TNAM Daily Show. So thank you for being here. Let's do the cold open to the program, shall we? Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere out there. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Wednesday, December the 17th, 2025. I told you you're watching the TNAM Daily Show. I told you we're watching it on the New American Media. We appreciate you being here. We're talking about the Brown shooting. We're going to talk about Obama's set to meet with the Reiners. We're going to talk about all of the weird things happening. So buckle up, grab a beverage. Remember, you can order some merch on Venmo. You can get the, look, the mug goes nicely onto the cup holder. Or on the, you know what I'm saying, coaster. Fill up your beverage of choice, buckle up, because today's TNAM Daily Show starts now.
Your guide to the truth. thenewamericanmedia.com.
All right, everybody. Thanks for being here. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show, copy it, and think of somebody in your family who's smart, somebody in your friend group who's smart. Copy this show link and put it out on Facebook, put it out on X, put it out as a text message, send it to somebody, put it in a group. We need to grow the show. We must 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 grow the show. That's up to y'all. If you like it, tell a friend. As we battle the censorship regime of big tech. Marion saying it was a good rant. John, I enjoyed the rant. Good, thanks. That was a heck of a cold open, though. But there's just so many pieces to put together, and there's so much swirling around to like pinpoint it, to isolate it, to make sense of it all. There's so much going on. So yeah. Anyway, let's check in the chat. Howdy, Lake Leon and Droopy Dog. Welcome to the program. Trash Panda. Sup. Let's see. John saying, I tried to get some of his followers to come over to Rumble. Yes, let's be careful not to try to pilfer other people's followers super overtly. Otherwise, it would look like the intentions of us being there is just to grab them and take them away. But yes, thank you for that. I get the point. However, out of professional courtesy, let's be cautious of how we do that. Like I said, when we would play bands, when my band would play at a club, we'd introduce ourselves to the band that had the biggest crowd there. Go, whoa, all right. We'd be on the road somewhere opening up, and we're like, who are you guys? Go, hey, we're playing a show in 2 weeks on a Saturday. Would you guys come open for us in our hometown? We draw a pretty good crowd there. But if we come back, could we open for you here? Like, you guys brought a great crowd, and I think your fans would like our music, and I think our fans would like your music. They go, yeah, all right. So as long as it's like that, that's pretty good. But I super kudos to John over on Bob Francis' Strictly Speaking program. We've been helping him get up off the ground. I've been sort of serving in a role of consultant / pseudo producer of the program. Took a week showing him how to use Rumble and Restream rather, and connecting it to Rumble and getting other channels combined and all the moving pieces. There's so many components to being an engineer, producer, a show host, all of it. There's so many. Juggling chainsaws is the phrase we keep using because it's apt. And there's bowling pins and there's apples. Don't forget to take a few bites of those apples. I mean, you cannot grab the wrong thing, and some of them you catch on the side. Some of them it's a lot going on. But it was cool. What I'm saying is, John, it was cool seeing you over there for Strictly Speaking Unfiltered. I think that was yesterday, right? It was good seeing you in the chat. So that was fun. Yeah, Marion. Rumble, what's that? What's that, you say? Marion says, I know I need to get more social. Well, we should all get some more social, actually. I think. Yeah, how many good friends do we have? What do we regularly engage in outside of work and home? It's a fair question. That's a mighty fair question. Yeah. All right. Nicely played, Kenneth. Kenneth off the top rope with an elbow. Yeah, that's pretty good. In the chat prior to launching, I check in. It's like, yes, the show is set up. Yes, the chat is activated. Okay, maybe I'm not launching exactly on time. As I told you, I'm reserving the right to have schedule flexibility. You know, I think it's fair to expect me at noon and have me at noon if I decide to do a noon show. But also, life comes up and things happen, and sometimes you have appointments to go to, and you have things that need your attention. So I'll jump in and say T minus. Like, okay, I'm in. I in T minus should read, you know, T minus 10, 9, 8, 7. Prepare for liftoff. 6, 5. Full throttles. 4, 3. Here we go. 1. Fun fact, in my reselling life, I did just sell a rocket ship from the 1995 Apollo 13 movie starring Tom Hanks. And it was a group of pogs in a plastic starship. And you unscrew it and you put all the pogs inside. You store them. Sold that on eBay. That was fun. Yes, I do reselling. It's one of the things I do to keep the lights on. This show is one of them, but we need to grow. We need to grow. We need to justify the massive amount of hours that I'm putting into this to becoming an expert enough so that I could teach other colleagues like Bob Franson, strictly speaking, unfiltered, to get their show up and going. You know, Malcolm Gladwell, I think, said it takes 10,000 hours, and Macklemore, the rapper, says 10,000 hours felt like 10,000 years. You know, it's like, it takes a lot of time to get good at anything. And I've been trying to get good at this. I think I'm good at this. You're good enough, you're smart enough, and doggone it, people like you. But yeah, anyway, T minus is just referring to like, we have liftoff. It's giving you like a 10-second countdown. And so Kenneth says, I got a T minus in math. That's a long way to tell you, oh yeah, I just sold a rocket ship. Yeah, rocket ship. As rocket ships go off, like Apollo 13. And T minus 10, 9, 8. Kenneth got a T minus in math. Pretty good. John says that's a better score than he got. All right, that's fair. John said, I wonder if we'll have to refresh or if the host will remember. Oh, yeah. You needed to refresh, that's for sure. I definitely forgot. But I'm back on it. Danette is using both accounts so I can work and chat. Welcome. Welcome. I did bring that up in the other show, though. I was referencing how you were mentioning that you get fired up and you yell at the screen, and it makes it doing your work a little more challenging, which means you're too engaged in the program, which means you're properly engaged in the program. That's what the advertisers like to know. And once you become a TNAM regular, when you're a TNAM trash panda, yeah. You know what? I need to put the TNAM trash panda in my overlay. I wonder if I have that saved. I need to grab that. That's a screenshot, but that's not finding it. Yeah, I need to grab that. You know what? Maybe I can grab it now. I know this makes, by the way, that video, that 22-minute thing, features actor, director Rob Reiner. I think it's like 4 members of the deep state. They created the Committee to Investigate Russia, a nonprofit group to throw President Trump out, framing him for some sort of bullshit from the 2016 election, and they pushed it nonstop. So there's that. All right, let me click on the chat. I think I have the TNAM. There's one of them. You know what? Here, let me do that on the side. Let's get the show started with all of the stories. Danette says, nice shirt. Hey, thanks. I had to pick one today. So that's the one I picked. Spoken like a dude. But I'm like, well, you know, I'm sure you encounter this working around the household. Maybe when it's warm season, a hoodie or a light jacket or something, you start to get a life jersey. So you got the t-shirts underneath, but like the life jersey, the zip up, the hoodie, the sweatshirt, it just sort of becomes the thing you wear around all the time while you're switching shirts and taking showers and whatnot. But like, It gives the appearance it's like you live in that shirt. You literally live in it. And to some degree you do, and some degree you kind of don't, or you definitely don't. But yeah, I have a few super comfortable shirts I will revert to, especially having cats. It's like some shirts you don't mind getting cat hair on because it's like, I'm just going to lay back down on the couch. I'm just going to lay back down, and these guys are going to lay all over me anyway. So what do I care if that gets hair on it? But when you go out, you're like, no, I'm not going to wear this out there. I have cats. I know many of you have dogs and probably have similar situations. But yes, this is the shirt I went with. It's missing a button at the bottom I need to fix. I've never learned how to do buttons. So I need to go on YouTube and do a video about that. Marion, it's like waiting for Santa to arrive. Yes. That's funny. Okay. Anyway, here, let me. Kenneth said, wait, where'd it go? No, John said, well said, Brian, with the intro. Thank you very much. Well, Danette says they made me watch an ad for nothing, and you still don't get paid for that video. Yeah, so it's stupid. It's fucked up. This is why I stopped caring. This is why I stopped trying to work with YouTube 5 years ago, because they wouldn't stop fucking with us. But now there's different tools where if they get, okay, you want to take all my money away from that video because I played where the president pulled over and took a picture with some firemen. Fuck you. I have every right under fair use to show, oh, look, our current president stops and does a thing. Look how he connects with the people, and the people appreciate him. That's newsworthy. You make the comment, you play the clip, you move on. They had no right to censor that video. It's horseshit. It's a whole industry by Viral Hog. I know who these fuckers are. They are the worst. I have colleagues that run into this stuff all the time with those people. It's just the worst. And the fact that YouTube acknowledges it and goes along with it, or that the law has sided with them, it's horseshit. It's happy horseshit. It's horseshit. They get to claim all of the benefits of your labor. It's garbage. It's garbage. But look, at least in this iteration of YouTube, you can then, if they deny your appeal, you can then trim out the segment and go, fuck you and your stupid video. You take your 90 seconds out, your 60 seconds out, your 15 seconds. It doesn't matter what it is. They'll trim it out, and then your show's up and you can get your monetization again. But they stole everything from the live show, which is the point. They steal your live show revenue at the moment when everybody might have been theoretically talking about that story. And then you just get the crumbs afterward. Well, whatever. I know that we're fighting for crumbs on YouTube, which is why I implore you to sign up on Patreon, to donate $5 or $10 a month, $100 a month. If you're feeling frosty, Venmo, Cash App, shoot something over, PayPal. It's all linked at the bottom of the screen. Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I love Super Chats and Rumble Rants. But they take like half of that. If you shoot $5, they keep $2.50. Shoot something over on Venmo, like I get to keep that. Like Patreon takes a very small amount. I get to keep most of that. So I love it happening, and it does. It builds up and it shows over time, and it does work. We have cleared one payment. I'm waiting to see a second payment, maybe this month, if we cross whatever threshold it is. So it does work. But yeah, all of that. That's how it works. There's so many scams in everything you try to do. Once again, a lot of that is just how they make the sausage, and we don't need to get too in the weeds on it. But that is a partial storyline of the show today, because this is what I was dealing with in show preparation, going, what the fuck? That's how it goes. You know, I'm truly doing this for the love of the game, because it ain't paying the fucking bills. I'll tell you that much. And it's certainly not worth the headache to be on the deep state radar as much as I am. Hey, bullseye right here. This fucker gets it. This guy's not going to let up. He's covering Seth Rich. He's covering the Grand Conspiracy. He's covering all of it. Yeah. So when YouTube decides to fucking steal from you, it becomes a part of the show. But look, it is what it is. We're going to keep going. We're going to press on. We're going to cover the news. We're going to talk about what's happening, because we have no choice. It's not like there's another option here. We don't get to just cower in a cave and let the world pass us by. We got to fight while we still can. Because holy shit, if these Democrats steal anything in the next midterm election, we are toast. They have to be taken out through voting, through cleaning up the ballots, the voter rolls, voter ID, same-day voting, paper ballots. Just make elections trustworthy again. Make them simple, verifiable, have a Republican, a Democrat, and everything recorded 24/7. You film the vote tallies. One person counts a stack of 100. The next person counts that stack. They verify it. They stamp it. They seal it. The vacuum seal it. They put it in a box. They seal the box and they put it in the gymnasium under 24/7 surveillance forever. Fucking figure it out. No, those voting machines, allegedly, they're tied to Venezuela. And, they might be manipulating elections in as many as 19 countries across the world. Wow, that's a wild theory, Emerald Robinson. Could any of that be true? Well, I don't know. It could be. It could not be. It could be. It couldn't be. Well, would any of that be true if you just did paper ballots and same-day voting and voter ID? Well, no, none of that would be theoretically, even hypothetically possible. Great. Let's go to the paper ballots. So break the fucking filibuster and get some voter ID things nationwide and put the National Guard there to make sure no fucking funny business. Take the country back. This is the last off-ramp. It is the last off-ramp we have because they're going to try every dirty trick in the book to try to steal 2026. Don't let them. It's that important. Really, if it goes sideways, I might drop the show, go into incognito mode and flee the country. Where do you flee? I don't know. I'm not literally going to do that, but you saw what the Democrat deep state did to sick their dogs on everybody who was getting in their way. It's important. The message is important. That's why I've dedicated all these years to it. So, Kenneth, misinformation, thinks she knows me. Yes. Nimbus has my tongue. No, Nimbus is right here. You coming up, buddy? Okay, he's just hanging tight. Danette says, when you hold up your mugs, oh yeah, ums for the poor. All right, there we go. Now we can get caught up on some comments here. Can a hug be at a discount? Well, mugs are full price. Hugs, I think hugs are off the menu, but theoretical, hypothetical, mental hug, maybe. Make an upside down TNAM pin. Yeah, good idea. Very good. Okay, so that's some merch you would get. You would get an upside down well, you didn't say that, but I'm saying that is a good idea. Upside down TNAM flag pin. Obamas are over for dinner. Mine's bigger. No, mine is. Now, are you talking about egos, dirty money in their bank accounts, or swing? I know I do say that disclaimer all the time. I don't know why they took the show down. I don't know what the problem was. They've hated that Diddy episode from day one. Maybe I'll have to re-upload it and figure out which segment it was and re-upload it again, because fuck them. It's just insane that they think they are the arbiters of truth. No, you're not. You've been wrong before. You're going to be wrong again. It's called freedom of speech. Fuck off, YouTube. Google ruined YouTube. That's why we're doing as much as we can on Rumble. Marion says, makes me wonder if Hillary was invited to that dinner also. Yes, a hypnotic state. That is the phrase I was... But there's many ways to say that hypnosis frame. Yeah, the Obamas were allegedly going to meet with Meathead. Danette says, they said the kid who shot up Virginia Tech was all weird before the shooting. His professor in class, the professor who died, was military scientist who left Israel. Oh, that Virginia Tech. I was on... Wow, that was a whole lifetime ago. I was with my attorney. We were somewhere outside of Barstow. I was with my attorney. I was somewhere outside of Barstow with my attorney. That was wild. By Zizek's Road, driving from Los Angeles into Las Vegas when that Virginia Tech story hit. I remember staying in a hotel, and that was like the big story at that exact moment. Yeah, so many weird accusations and thoughts for people that go bonkers. All right. Let's just start the program here. Thanks, everybody. So much to get to. Let's jump into our X feed, shall we? By the way, check out yesterday's program, Strictly Football. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, and Ezrael Robinson, covering the world of sports, particularly football. What is this about paper ballots? Digital ID passed a few days ago while we were distracted. And yeah, digital ID, I don't like that at all. No social credit scores for me, please. Do not paper ballots with 3 randomly chosen groups to watch over the ballots, like Hell's Angels and the Bloods in a Baptist church. Yeah, those specific groups. Yeah, but Republican, Democrat, Independent, like get some eyes on it. And once it's tallied, you shrink wrap it, you give it a stamp, a hologram. Find a way to work blockchain together so that you're always going to know. Batch number 1 gave us that. Like once you put it into the blockchain, you can't undo it. There's ways to put elections there. Hi, Nimbus. What's up, bud? Nimbus was being very sweet this morning. He just had lunch. He's just sitting there. I wonder if he wants to jump up. Come on. If he wants to, he can. He knows that. Yeah. But yeah, blockchain technology could help with some of that too. Okay. What else? T minus. That sounds like something I say. Was that one of my quotes, John? I think I've asked you this before, and I think you've commented it before. T minus means it's my damn show, and I will start when I start. And I'll get off of my lawn. I did just send a message to a neighbor to stop letting their damn dogs out without leashes to crap in the neighbors' yards. It's disrespectful, and the lady keeps doing it. And I'm going to keep taking an image of it and saying, stop this shit. Also, when I back out of my driveway, I sure as hell don't want to run any of these beautiful puppies over. You have an obligation to keep your dogs on a leash or keep them safe or be with them and clean up your damn mess. So rude of these people. But I guess that's maybe how you do it in other countries, huh? That's why we're supposed to have standards here, and you don't tolerate that bullshit. Lest you import the third world, you become the third world. Huh. Oh, that's so mean. Or that maybe that's ist. Or maybe that's phobic. Or maybe that's this or that. No, it's common sense. And it's having standards and values and expectations in a civil society, you fucking assholes. Anyway, I digress. I was yelling at somebody that doesn't exist. Oh, they exist. But it's nobody here in this room. Currently in sweatpants and a hoodie myself. Oh, yeah. You have a bra hoodie? What's a bra hoodie? Like specifically, what is that? Deb says, I love that lumberjack look. Good. Yeah, I was getting ready. I might go get a haircut today. And they always cut it too short, but I kind of ask for it. Just getting a little... I can always tell by the this part of the neck. You know, I like that tight. I like that crisp. But I'm not really good at doing it on my own. When that gets rough. Plus the beard's filling in a little bit, which is fine because it's winter. But I've kept that a little tighter, and I've sort of liked that. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll keep that. More lumberjack look. Very toxically masculine. Yeah, that was a wild show yesterday. I was talking with Mike at the end of Strictly Football about that. By the way, make sure you're following Strictly Football in all the places. It's TNAM Football on X. Follow us on X. And it's its own program on the Unhappy Hour. We also put that out on the YouTube channel and the Rumble channel for the New American Media. So subscribe to us. But yeah, talking about Meathead and talking about a Trump assassination attempt and some accusations and just trying to figure it out. You know? Very masculine. Very masculine. YouTube keeps 35% of Super Chat. Thank you for checking that. And I thought it was 45%. Maybe it is 35%. I appreciate it all so much. Just keep it coming. Just I don't want to say anything to discourage it. I'm just saying, like, for bang for the buck, I think, you know, like a direct Venmo is like a direct infusion. But it's all good. It's all good. And it does remind YouTube that we are a company over here that's generating revenue. Like, you might want to keep us monetized. And it still is the place where the audience is going to find us. So as long as we can be over here, we're going to be over here. But we've built all these alternate platforms because we don't trust them anymore. We know that they would revert back to their totalitarian bullshit if a Democrat ever took office again. That's why we don't do business with them in good faith, because they don't operate in good faith. So it is what it is. All right. What else? My dog is a neighborhood roamer. He visits people and they love him. I know, but like, I don't want to back out of my driveway and see a dog that's supposed to have someone watching out for him. They need to be watched so that for their protection. These dogs wander the streets and they cross the roads. I don't want them to be roadkill. Also, I don't want to have to pick up their shit in my yard. It's not fair to me or the other neighbors. There it is, Kenneth. Love it. Well done. They said they're eating the dogs. They said, sir, they're even eating the cats. They said, Mr. Nimbus might be a delicacy to these people. They said, sir, if you import the dogs, you'll become the turd world. I said turd. By the way, what do we expect the President Trump address to the nation going to be tonight, right? President Trump is going to address the nation, talking about affordability, economic progress, and what we're hoping to see change in the upcoming year. Here's a little disclaimer. I've been looking for full-time employment to, pay the bills and such, because this doesn't cut it. That's a side issue, except to say, I am feeling the weirdness of this economy. There are no real jobs. You're on all these websites, and either the hags in HR that hate a conservative voice are going to automatically block you from getting opportunities. In the sales world, nobody does it better. Running a CRM, man, am I great. I'm organized. I'm professional. I follow up. I'm diligent. I negotiate contracts. I collect fully executed contracts. I mean, I sign up Fortune 500 companies, every major sporting league that you could think of, major colleges and universities from coast to coast. Can't find a fucking job for 2-3 years now. Can't find a job. So yeah, the difference between earning a couple $100 a day versus, a $5 Rumble rant that, what'd you say, 35% goes the other way. So you get, 70% of, I don't know, whatever the math is on that, 350. Yeah, when you're getting 1/100th of what it costs to survive a month, it matters. And there's a lot of people out there going, none of this shit's real. Where are the jobs? Oh, well, they're deporting all the illegals. No, they're not, because the jobs haven't come back. The jobs aren't sitting there, So the economy's weird, and that's what President Trump is going to be allegedly talking about, promoting his robust economy, allegedly. That's what the rumors say. That's what they're going to be talking about. J.D. Vance was out there trying to head off some fake news stuff, and he got into some conspiracy things that came true. Because, yeah, there's a lot of damage to fix. Damage done by 12, call it 16 years, because Obama and Rob Reiner were running interference on the whole Trump first administration, ruining our economy, flooding our country with 40 million illegal alien invaders. Look at Somalia, look at Columbus, look at the places where the illegal alien invaders are stealing all of our tax dollars, running up massive debt on our national debt budget clock ticker, the thing that Thomas Massey wears the pin to remind us about. I mean, we're being robbed left ways, right ways, up, down, every direction you can think of. Oh, also, when you digitize trillions of dollars out of thin air, it devalues the money that there is there. So you go to the grocery store, you get 5-6 bags of food, and they want over $400 fucking dollars for a few bags of groceries. What the fuck is happening? Oh, well, it's just the price of things is going up. No, they're stealing your money. In the 1990s, your dollar used to actually buy shit. Now it is shit. That is the exact intended function of the private Western bank system, the Federal Reserve, private banking cartel, stealing your money. They have no right to steal your money and then have the audacity to loan you your own shit that they just stole from you back to you at interest. Fuck you. $400 for 5 bags of groceries. Get the fuck out of here. $85 to fill up a tank of gas. Fuck off. The economy is not okay. And the Democrats are going to win on it. If the Republicans don't get their shit together and stop infighting and worrying about, Trump was pretty mean on that tweet. Who fucking cares? It's burning down around us. You got one group yelling, Allah Akbar. You got another group lying in the media. You got other groups trying to say, we need to take all the guns. I'm Tim Walz in Minnesota. Look, something happened in Australia. Something happened at Brown University. We're going to get the guns. We're going to come and get them. They say you can't do the assault rifle. We're just going to do it. You're a fucking traitor. And you need to be impeached and stand trial. We have a Second Amendment right and you can't fuck with it. Period. Shall not be infringed. They're infringing upon it. So where's the fucking ramifications? Where are the repercussions politically to impeach and remove usurpers of the Constitution? How does it happen? I don't know. Because Susie Wiles doesn't seem to be doing anything as chief of staff to get any fucking indictments of major import in a full year. And what's about to happen in the midterms if they bludgeon Trump with the economy that they crashed? The Democrats built Obamacare. The subsidies are gone. They won't pass a budget. They want to tank it. They want to burn it all down and become kings and queens of the ashes. That's who the modern Democrat Party is. That's who the domestic terrorist organization known as the American Democrat Party in 2025, that's what they stand for. That's what they believe. Burn it all down and become king of the ashes. That's who they are. And they're going to win. If we have Candace and Erika doing this, I'm just going to hurl accusations. I don't know shit, but Erika did it. Turning Point did it. The Jews did it. Awesome. By the way, the country's about to be seized by the barbarians at the gate. Can you maybe stop yapping at each other and blaming everything on everything else? Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama. TPUSA did it. Charlie Kirk. It was Erika Kirk. It was the Jews. It was the Jews. It was the Jews. Got it. None of that's fucking helpful right now. Or just side with the Democrats. Just throw in the towel, give up. Fucking give up and side with the Democrats. Because that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen if MAGA is divided, distracted, dicking around. No indictments. Comey, Clapper, Brennan, Obama, Clinton, Biden, Harris, Mayorkas. What the fuck? 40 million people. They literally took a heavy piece of equipment, lifting the razor wire to let God knows who come in here to do God knows what, with God knows what intentions, completely unvetted. You have standing armies from several different nations, several different terrorist organizations at once pre-positioned inside of our country. What the fuck happens when the power gets snapped off? Because you know what I would do if I were a bad guy? Boom, power off. Let's go. Are you trained? Are you prepared? Do you carry? Are you skilled? Have you developed the mindset? Have you ever put yourself through training where you have to run and your heart rate's up and now you have to aim? Maybe you had to run for cover and that's all you get 5 shots, 6 shots. That's all you got, like Eminem in 8 Mile. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity for self-defense comes once in a lifetime, yo. Come on. What the fuck are we doing? So I do. I do wrestle with, and I have to question the wisdom of doing this full time, to put myself on this radar, to watch the whole movement just self-destruct through fucking insider bickering and accusations. Well, Trump is, he's with a billionaire. Well, somebody somewhere, and you don't want him to get close to so. I got it. I fucking got it. Set that on the shelf for a second. The Democrat domestic terrorists have to be completely dismantled. in the midterms. You got 11 months. Can we please stop nitpicking every fucking thing Trump's doing and try to get some of the big shit done? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm not saying don't be critical, but holy shit. Do you see what's happening? The overthrow effort. Look at Canada, disarmed, being overrun by non-citizens. Europe, disarmed, overrun by non-citizens. Australia, disarmed, overrun by non-citizens. Minneapolis, Minnesota, disarmed, being overrun by non-citizens. It's fucking happening. It's important enough to fight over. It's important enough to go all in on. So I have thoughts. I've got a lot of thoughts. Wait, was that the rant that I went on based on import dogs and you become the turd world? Because that's a funny line. How'd I get so fired up by that one? I guess I'm just keyed up today. Either things matter or they don't. He's a nihilist, dude. Nihilist? Yeah, he believes in nothing. Huh? They're nihilists, dude. Anyway, let's go through the news. Raging West put this out. They say this is Boris and Sophia Gurman. They bravely fought back against the terror, the Islamic extremist in Sydney, but were unfortunately overpowered and shot dead. The media is silent on this story because they were white Australians. While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go to X. I'm going to search for these people. "69 and 61 years old, identified as the couple who heroically tried to stop the terrorist as he exited his car before the Hanukkah massacre in Bondi Beach. The couple attempted to prevent him opening fire after several minutes of struggle. They struggled for several minutes. The gunman overpowered him, regained his weapon, and shot Boris and Sophia. Boris and Sophia's selfless act of courage will never be forgotten." Well, you know what? Wouldn't it have been great if they were both armed? Instead of struggling and losing. The gun is the great equalizer. It's not good or bad. It's neutral. Intent matters. Intent can be good or evil. Shame on Australia for taking away their right to self-defense. They have no right. They have no damn right. They died oh my God. They died in each other's arms. Oh my God. Islamic supremacists. Again and again and again. Boris and Sophia Gurman died in each other's arms trying to save other people from their fate at the hands of radical Islamic terrorists. This could be any one of our parents or grandparents in America one day if we don't get them out. The comment, they were not radical terrorists. They were fundamental Muslims. Simply put, Islam is evil. If you read the book, it calls for violence. It calls for this. They died in each other's arms. Damn it all. I wish they were armed and they could have taken this guy out and saved their lives. They could have had dinner last night. Fuck these religious zealots that want to kill innocent people. These are innocent people who did not deserve this. Wow. How's that for an image right there? Just that's how we're going to go. If we can't get our shit together and destroy the demonic domestic terrorist Democrats. Your final moments, just throwing your arm around your loved one as you both get whisked off to Valhalla, to the other side. Wow. All right. Oh, there it is. They're fighting right there. Oh, man. Wait, he got the weapon? Oh, no. It looks like he picked it up to try to swing it instead of shooting it. No, you shoot, you shoot, you shoot, you shoot. No. No. Dashcam footage shows Boris confronting a terrorist and briefly disarming him. It's believed they are both shot shortly after the footage ends by another weapon that the terrorist carried. That's why you shoot them immediately. Their heroic bravery shown by Boris and Sofia cannot be understated. They gave their lives in an ultimate act of sacrifice in trying to protect their fellow countrymen as others around them ran from danger instead of confronting it. The couple were set to celebrate their 35th wedding anniversary in January. Oh, man, here's the video. They're fighting, and he's got it. He's got it in his hand. And she's standing there. He's got it, but he's like has it over his head, and he's like holding the barrel instead of squeezing the trigger. Oh, man. Ah, all right. Oh, man. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Oh, that's brutal. All right. Man, prayers for their family and bless them for being heroes. You got to stand up. We're all going to the other side at some point, but, you know, maybe something we do would be worth doing while we're here. That hurts. I haven't seen that until literally just now, so I'm like, that hit me like a frying pan. I don't end up at a loss for words very often. Damn. Fuck. All right. Big Chalky, don't follow him, but let's hear. Prime Minister at the outside the Bondi Pavilion. Daily Telegraph putting this out here. So after Islamic supremacists decided to kill other people that didn't regurgitate whatever they say that somebody else should, you have no right to tell someone what they must and must not believe, you assholes. In response, obviously, you want to give the people their weapons and train them so that if this ever happens again, these people are neutralized immediately. Oh, wait, they're doing the opposite?
Fucking weasel, watch this.
The government is prepared to take whatever action is necessary. Included in that is the need for tougher gun laws.
Typical Australian government. Instead of them saying, look guys, we fucked up, they're going to now overreach onto everyone. Because apparently the gun's the problem, right? Not the fuckwit behind it. He could have got up there and said, everything that we have done this year has led Australia to this tipping point. He could have said that we allowed the flag to get burnt. We allowed extremist flags to fly on our harbour bridge. We allowed the divide to fester. But instead, no, it's your fault, gun owners. You must be reprimanded. This has been government failure from the 1st of January this fucking year to right fucking now. This weak piece of shit is no leader. He is a spineless fucking worm. They want your guns, they want your freedom, and the next is your digital identity. So when I tell you that unity within the community right now is an absolute must, it's coming from a place of understanding this fuckwitch playbook. So let me know what you think in the comments below. And that's my take from the controversial coach. If you don't like it, fuck off. Chalky out. What a fucking weasel. What?
Pray for Australia. They're going to do it here if we don't do it. They're going to do it here if we fucking let them. No Democrat should ever sniff political office again. They are goddamn traitors. I'm not mincing words. We have a country to save. I heard Bob France on his show, Strictly Speaking, mention that that's borrowed from Larry Elder, who you see in our show intro. We have a country to save. Yeah. That's what they want to do to America. Tyrants and demons. Did you see these women? These DEI hires, they're being called in Australia when the times got rough. They put their hands up and instead of defended, they didn't do their damn job. As if they were selected for things other than criteria. Do you have the ability to run inside of a burning building and be a fireman? Do you have the ability to run toward the sound of gunshots instead of run away? Are you going to be useful instead of pointless? Spirit of Defiance here shows us this shit show in Australia. Quote, you don't need guns. The police will protect you. You don't need guns. The police will protect you. Here are two cops in Australia freezing with their hands up and one hid behind a car. When seconds count, police are only minutes away. Police don't stop crime. They clean crime scenes. 95% of the time. You got to get lucky to have somebody on scene. And if you do, they have to be competent, qualified, and willing to engage, willing to do their damn jobs. These ladies didn't. Look at this. Look at this shit show. Look at this disaster. Pull, aim, neutralize. I give up. I give up. Then why the fuck did you take the job, Missy? Man. Am I extra agitated today? I don't feel like I started. Maybe I did start off that way. I don't like seeing 4 videos demonetized, I guess. But like, I don't think that's the crux of it. This is all... You know, anything we're able to monetize on YouTube, I consider it a bonus at this point. Like, I get it, but like, these stories are so flashing red light, glowing, vibrating, urgent, crucial, dangerous. And I just don't know that we're having the right conversations, and I don't know that the rest of the nation's on board. I don't know that we're on the same page. I don't know that we're going to make it. Yeah, that was a DEI give up. Marion, those women police need to be fired, fined, not sure what else, but that is disgusting. Yeah, who knew that they'd cop out? Actually, what is the meaning of that phrase? That's a curious... Well, of course I'm going to be angry if I watch those people get executed at Bondi Beach. How the fuck could a human watch that and not be just enraged by that? Anyway. Origin of the phrase cop out. English slang, meaning to avoid responsibility, back down from a commitment, or take the easy way out of a situation. Often seen as cowardly or evasive. Emerged mid-20th century from the verb cop, which means to seize or grab or catch, as in cop a feel. This cop derives from Northern British dialect. By the 30s or 40s, cop out referred to pleading guilty, especially to lesser charges via plea bargaining, linked to cop a plea, attested around 1925. A cowardly escape, to sneak off or give up. In the 50s or 60s, popularized in counterculture by Jack Kerouac's writings, meant withdrawing from life and responsibilities or challenges. Though cop also means police officer from the same C's root, phrase isn't directly about evading cops. It's grabbing an easy exit. Well, in this case, Kenneth, they copped out. Literally. Danette wants me to have more righteous outrage on both sides of the aisles. Let me finish dismantling all of the Democrats. I will try to throw the shade at the Republicans as well when it's egregious. I will try to not put a blind eye on. I am trying to laser focus on the most urgent. It's called triage. They are the most urgent, destructive, divisive, threatening, anti-American, demonic. These are the ones that want to slice off body parts of your 6-year-olds. There is no, the Republicans don't do that. There are so many more layers of demonic influence in that Democrat Party. Danette, I'm trying to sort of laser focus on destroying that party forever. They cannot be trusted ever again. Look what the fuck they did to us during COVID. The Republicans said, hey, there's a vaccine. Fauci's allegedly the guy, and they came up with a thing, and it's a thing. And look, it's so great. It's warp speed. That's great. You can get it if you want. I took hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, but you do your thing if you think that's what it takes to open the world, because we're opening things up. We're not closing down. Biden comes in, close it down, lose your job. You must get this thing or you can't participate in society. Fuck you, Democrats, forever. Line in the sand. Fuck you forever, Democrats. So I know there's both sides. There's whataboutism. I can't put my energy into that side. I can't do it. I just can't. I am so angry at how they demonized hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin and monoclonal antibodies. And my brother they shoved a tube down his throat and watched him suffocate, watched him die. Yeah, I got a bit of a personal vendetta against these deep state Democrats that demonetized me, fucking derailed my entire broadcast career, and killed my brother and probably my mother with COVID, launched by Fauci's influence on gain of function in the Wuhan Institute of Virology, while they lied and said it was a naturally occurring thing so that they wouldn't have to face the repercussions of their culpability, so that they could get emergency use authorization with no liability so they could make quadrillions of dollars pushing their drugs while my brother was suffering from COVID, couldn't fucking breathe. Oh, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. No, my brother literally couldn't breathe. And he didn't do a damn thing to deserve how he got there. He didn't end up caught up in a altercation with police for XYZ reasons. Oh, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Social justice. White people are bad. Awesome. Thanks, Democrats. Thanks for pushing that for year after year during the COVID craziness, mind you. All in an effort to get Trump to seize political power, to burn it all down and rule over the ashes. That's what the Democrats are. That's what they do. So yeah, I get it. I get it, Danette. I get it. I think the only thing worse than a Republican's a Democrat. I like the MAGA in theory. Is there too much influence from here, from there, from everywhere? Yes, of course. Find me a better option and maybe I'll jump ship. I don't see anything better as an option at this exact moment in time. It's a flawed option. Don't know how perfect it is, but I see everything else sinking and taking on water, and I don't want to align myself there. Maybe I'll jump off the lily pad if the alligator's ready to take a bite. But everything else is actively sinking and actively being chewed by alligators. I can't. Yeah, I don't like the Republican Party, and I think they're blocking the MAGA agenda. I don't like the deep state Republicans at all. So I will promise you to stay active calling out the deep state Republicans. But yeah, here's your reminder. You don't need guns. The police will protect you. And here's the police protecting you. 2 cops in Australia, one freezing with their hands up, the other hiding behind a car. ABC 7 wants to tell us 4 people have been charged with plotting a SoCal, Southern California, New Year's Eve attack. They've been ID'd as members of Turtle Island Liberation Front. Have they now? Extremist group plotting New Year's Eve bombings in California. 5 locations in SoCal. Oh, of course, here's the first comment. Not buying it seems like a propaganda ploy by we all know who. Who's that? Obama. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, the Jews. Was it TPUSA? Was it Erika Kirk? For fuck's sake, it is not fucking helpful to do that on every story. I'm telling you, people. I'll follow ABC7 LA. I didn't follow them before. Pickpocket London. They say this is Bulak Antochi, one of the people best known on this profile, has returned to London to steal from people. After being doused with paint in recent months, he was stealing from people in Ireland, but things did not seem to be going well there, so he returned to London. Welcome. Again, not today, rats. Coming up, Nimbus? I'm not sure if this accusation is valid. I'm not sure if we have the full context of the video, but Pickpocket London account wants us to see this.
This your guy's pickpockets. You here again stealing, motherfucker. You here again stealing. You still here again stealing, yeah? You here again stealing. I already told you for you don't come in here stealing, yeah? Why you here stealing? Why you here stealing people? Why you here?
Is there music back here? Very slowly. Your people are being abused. Grape, anybody? Your little girls are being defiled by an invading horde, an invading army, sweeping through Europe like the plague, sweeping through Europe like a plague of locusts, devouring all the crops, consuming all of your girls, all of your mothers, all of your wives, all of your sisters, stealing from you, fucking stealing from you. Why are you tolerating a moment of this? Are you confronting the thieves?
You're stealing people, both of you. Yeah. Why you here early morning stealing people? Don't come in here stealing people, yeah?
Look at that.
I already told you for you don't come in here stealing people. Why you here stealing people, yeah?
No, I'm not getting people.
You're getting scared. I don't know if this is appropriate, but when the police and your government turn you over to the wolves, what do you think is going to happen? That's anarcho-tyranny. All the bad guys get a free pass, like Obama, Clapper, Brennan, Clinton, Comey, all these fuckers. Oh, yeah, you get a free pass. Oh, but if you comment in Europe about our country is being invaded and our people are being abused by the invaders, you get charged, you get thrown in jail for 6 months in a lenient sentence. Fuck you.
Yeah, go. Yeah, why you here? You wasn't in Ireland stealing people. You wasn't in Ireland stealing people.
It's okay, look my face. Look my face. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you too.
Look my face, you look for nothing.
Yeah, for nothing, caralho. For nothing. Don't come here stealing people.
Yeah, you might want to have double barreled with some mace.
Not a day for you stealing, yeah? I already told you, don't come here stealing. Bulak and Toshia, right?
Yeah, there's some music here.
Gabriel.
And get picked up because this is interesting.
Don't fuck.
Pickpocket London. Their country has been overrun by non-citizens. Yeah, hi, Nimbus. People are saying hello. Thanks for joining on the show. Hi, guy. You doing good? Hi. Hey, buddy. Yeah, he's doing good. Okay. Anyway, you can defend your nation or you're going to be overrun. Okay, let's check. Oh, Sydney, Australia. Well, then. This is 2 weeks ago. More Australia. Listen to this story. A satanic child abuse video ring has been busted. Sydney, November 27. Did you hear this story?
Eastern Australia on an early morning raid, breaking down a door in a Sydney suburb and arresting the alleged 26-year-old ringleader of a group accused of being engaged in some of the most depraved criminal activity imaginable.
Police will allege in court that this international group were engaging in conversations and the sharing of material which depicted child abuse and the torture of children, involving symbols and rituals linked to Satanism and the occult.
A crackdown on an alleged international satanic child sex abuse material ring. In all, police arrested 4 men in and around Sydney, seizing multiple devices.
Police will allege in court that the initial examination of those devices has discovered thousands of videos depicting the abuse of live children aged between babies and 12 years of age. Amongst these deplorable images were also a number of videos depicting the sexual abuse of animals.
The suspects have all been charged with multiple counts of accessing or possessing child abuse content. They've been denied bail and are expected to next appear in court in late January. Australian authorities call the distribution of child abuse content a borderless crime that's growing thanks to the internet. They're working with other international law enforcement to help identify and rescue children shown in the seized content.
Go get them. And that actually dovetails. Actually, go get them. Get them all. That sort of dovetails into the Rob Reiner stories. I'll get to that in a moment. Hey, here's me at the holiday party. Me trying to be jolly. But then I remember that government exists. Ew. That, of course, from American Psycho. Luke at We Are Change is a good account to follow. Luke Rodowski. Or what is this? Shadow of Ezra put this out. Don't know if this is true, but this is their claim. On Spirit of Defiance page, says comedian John Crist says after attending a recent Tucker Carlson party, he realized the world is a stage. He claims Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Turning Point USA staff were all friendly with each other behind the scenes. Crist says he was told the public feuds are largely for entertainment value and career advancement. I hate to say this out loud. Everybody friends. Everybody friends. Yeah, but the comments, yeah, but Candace and Tucker have not, they've always been friendly. And they do have a bunch of friends at TPUSA, and MTG is MTG. Yeah, they would make more sense if Tucker and Levin were broing it up. That's a great point. Yeah, we know the picture is George Carlin. We're aware. Anyway. Dear Santa, how about brains for Democrats? Bring us some brains for Democrats. How about some balls for Republicans? We just said yes, please. Can we sign up for this? That's from Americaism. I'll follow him. All right. How is this guy Governor Tim Walz? Congressman Ilhan Omar's son was pulled over by ICE while he was following the law on his way home from Target. This isn't a targeted operation to find violent criminals. It's racial profiling. Derp, derp, derp. Buzz Patterson. Full screen it. There we go. Says he was speeding. That's why he was pulled over. That's a crime. Do laws matter in your state? That's the accusation of Buzz Patterson. I don't know if that's accurate or not. And frankly, I don't have two shits to give about that story. I wanted to look it up and go, well, what was Ilhan Omar's son? What was the detail? Did he? Was he speed? I kind of sort of don't fucking care. Yeah, but you need to be fair to both sides. You need to, you need to stand up for the civil liberties of the dipshits. Because look, first they came for the gypsies, and you got fuck Tim Walz and fuck Ilhan Omar. Like I'll get to them when I deal with the other 100 burning houses on my street. I'll get to that as soon as I've triaged. I'm missing a limb, or I got a wound. I got to twist this tourniquet and stop the bleeding, or else I'm gone immediately. I'll get to Tampon Timmy and Ilhan Omar at some point. Anyway. Nick Sorter reporting home security. But damn it, I am curious. Why was Ilhan Omar's kid pulled over? What was the result? TLDR version. I am too curious to bounce past stories, but I really don't care. Claims Adnan Hersai was pulled over by agents in Minnesota, leaving a target allegedly for speeding, then questioned on citizenship. During an immigration enforcement surge targeting Somalis, he showed his passport, proved citizenship, and was released with no further action. He wasn't even given a speeding ticket? ICE denies any record of the incident, calling it unsubstantiated. Omar's office stands by the claim and accuses ICE of poor record keeping. The event ties to heightened tensions over Trump's immigration policies in the Somali community. No. Hold on. I'm reading this from Grok. Grok's being an asshole here. I know this is sort of pointless, but doesn't it feel like everything in your life is sort of pointless from time to time? I'm going to say no. Oh, now I can't enter why? Regenerate it. Because I think they said this backwards. Tell us more. They said the incident. Oh, come on. It's going to cover it up so I can't read it. The event ties to heightened tensions over Trump's immigration policies in the Somali community. Wrong. The event comes at a time where Americans are furious at being taken advantage of, abused by, and stolen from by illegal alien invaders. Get your sentence straight. You don't need your pro-illegal alien invader vernacular here on Grok. Thanks for your feedback. Maybe they'll pay attention, maybe they won't. Yeah, they're saying it's her son, Adnan Hersai. Okay, whatever. Moving on. Okay, home security camera video has been released by the FBI showing the Brown University shooter, well, allegedly, walking directly past multiple Providence PD and fire vehicles. Where's the dash cam video? Something reeks, Providence, Rhode Island Police Department. Were none of the government cameras working in Providence that night? So it shows, oh, no, wait a minute. What? Hold on. Share this tab instead. Where'd it go? I don't recall taking that off the screen. So they're circling down there on the top left. They're saying that's the suspect at the shooting. Walking past all these Rhode Island. And they're showing this fat person. Well, I have more stories. This is too small. Why is the Brown shooting case not? Well, listen to these fuckwits, the ones out there doing the press release. Remember, I was laughing. Well, no, we were laughing. I was providing a hilarious comparison to the melting face guy with his dorky circle glasses during yesterday's press conference. But here they are. This is, who's this? Andy Frisella.
You said you don't know what was going on in that classroom?
And this lady's being asked, wait, you're trying to tell us you don't know what was going on in that classroom?
How does that happen? Were they taking an exam? Were they meeting for a club?
I don't know.
Were they taking an exam? Were they meeting for a club? Because it's been accused that she was targeted for being in the conservative group. She's trying to claim she doesn't know anything about why they were in the classroom?
I don't know.
6 hours later, you're the president and you don't know.
I do not know.
Looks away, closes her eyes, nods her head. She's lying. She does not know what was happening in the classroom. She's fucking full of it.
That's kind of concerning.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Dude, let's just pretend that that sort of thing would happen and I was the president of the university, right? The first thing that's going to be said to me, I'm not even going to have to ask. They're going to say, this guy came into a final exam room and shot a bunch of people. Like, that's going to be the first thing out of their fucking mouth, which leads me to believe that there's some funny business going on for a political narrative.
And you said you don't know what was going on in that classroom? How does that happen? Were they taking an exam? Were they meeting for a club?
I don't know. I don't know.
6 hours later, you're the president and you don't know.
I do not know.
Well, that's kind of concerning.
That's madness. They're lying to you about the Brown situation.
All
right, let's listen to Megyn Kelly. And just the amount of MAGA that they hate Candace, or they hate Erika, or they hate Tucker, or they hate MTG, or they hate Megyn, or they hate... Oh my God, guys, focus on destroying the deep state Democrat Party. It's okay. You don't have to agree with everything. Like, don't waste your valuable breath on hating people who generally overlap with your Venn diagram of sanity 80% of the time. Focus on the ones that overlap 0. Take them out politically first. Focus your energy on taking out the people where the Venn diagram is giving you no love. Megyn Kelly's going to agree with you 19 out of 20 times. Oh, but I don't like her take on, 8 out of 10 times. That's not a great batting average. Well, when the Democrats are giving you 10% and they're 90% wrong on everything, prioritize, focus, triage, take out the Democrats politically, focus your rage where it belongs, and allow these people to have their quirks and their nuances. Well, she's not an ally to such and such nation. Who fucking cares? If she's right 8 out of 10 times, 9 out of 10 times, you go with it and you move on. You focus on taking down CNN and MSNBC. You don't worry so much about Tucker and MTG and Thomas Massie and Megyn Kelly. And President Trump's fucking around with it plenty. Going after MTG, going after Thomas Massie. I get that those two are not carrying pails of water for Trump. Fine. They're holding Trump and Republicans a little bit more accountable than they would prefer. But Trump, you got to expect that. They're not your enemies. The Democrats are. Don't throw friendly fire at MTG and Massie. I don't like what's going on there. The Democrats, if nothing else, man, they are conniving, they are clever, and they are united against we the people. Anyway, here's Megyn Kelly. Maybe she's doing a little bit to unite some of this as well. What's actually happening with Candace and Erika? Did she play a role in, or can she tell us what happened when they met?
My viewers have been wondering why I haven't said anything, given my previous statements about Erika. And the reason is that I have been working behind the scenes to try to foster a détente between them. Erika called me weeks ago and asked me if I would be part of this sit down with them, which originally they had contemplated might be for consumption by the public, might air in some way, shape, or form, and asked if I would facilitate that meeting between the two of them. And I said yes immediately. Of course I would. I reached out to Candace. She said, absolutely. I'm thrilled it's you. I'm in. And the two of them took it from there, trying to negotiate the specifics of what they'd both be comfortable with, where, when, etc. And eventually it changed after they hit some roadblocks. Again, that's for someone else to tell you about if they so choose. I understand my core audience knows who I am and would never have assumed the worst about me, that I was just abandoning Erika or getting ready to pounce on Candace and, insert myself into this on one side. I'm not getting ready to do that. And I don't want that. I don't think that's God's role for me here. I really fully believe God's role for me here is to possibly play a role in getting this whole thing to a better place. I think I might be in a position to help construct that. Maybe not. But sitting here in my studio in Connecticut, just slinging mud at one side or the other, or tearing people down, or, expressing my disgust, my outrage, that is pointless here. My goal and my job here, I think, is to try to understand yes, where Candace is coming from on this. I know you're not supposed to say it, you're supposed to just immediately condemn her. But I love the Turning Point guys, and I don't believe for 1 second any of them had anything to do with Charlie's murder. Not for 1 second do I believe that. So people who care about Candace and love Erika have been in a tough position as this whole thing has escalated, and care about Turning Point, which I deeply do, and I will make sure that their legacy is not destroyed, and I will do everything within my power to help them thrive, including supporting my own kids in forming a Turning Point chapter and going out to AmFest and helping headline that event and encouraging everyone I know within the conservative movement to go and support them and to donate. Many of my viewers have been wondering why I haven't said anything, given my previous statements about Erika.
All right. Well, I'll put, it's time to laser focus on politically destroying and forever dismantling demonic deep state American Democrat Party. Enough of the bickering and infighting already. Unite, or you know what? All right. Well, I'm glad she played a role. Now, what is this? Dom Luker, breaker of narrative, says Candace Owens started her show today by doing this. This is real footage. This is how she started her show, according to Dom Luker. Is that a copywritten song? She's totally mocking them. Watch her whole show and listen to her. Kai says this is all a distraction. Her and Erika were never at odds. We've been played. It's all a show. If anything, she's telling us that they got her without telling us. Kara says. Imagine being this cheerful to discuss who killed your best friend. Yep, she's a plant officially. Check her ears. What's that mean? Do people really not get jokes anymore? Yeah, and I mean, I think, you know, like she was, well, anyway, I think I have some more clips on it. I'll let her talk for herself. Imagine, if you will, a religion whose followers admit they want to kill you, but they say you'd have a phobia if you don't want to be killed. Imagine, if you will. I think that is the voice, or that's close to it. I need my actual microphone. I've had plug-in microphones here before, but comparing it, I think this microphone sounds better, actually. Imagine, if you will, a religion whose followers admit they want to kill you, but they say you have a phobia if you don't want to be killed. Imagine, if you will. Something like that. DC Drano says they kicked combat veterans out of the military for refusing the COVID vax. They fired nurses and firefighters, people who they called heroes, just months before. Families were ripped apart at the holidays, and for what? A drug that now has an FDA black box warning because it can kill you? Yeah, people need to go to jail, says DC Drano. Insider Paper reports the FDA intends to put a black box warning on COVID-19 vaccines. CNN reports the black box is the most serious type of warning, which highlights major risks, such as serious side effects and restrictions. CNN Health, FDA intends to put its most serious warning on COVID vaccines, sources say. How it started? New York Times, new Pfizer results. Coronavirus vaccine is safe and 95% effective. The company said it planned to apply for emergency approval from the Food and Drug Administration within days. Updated December 10th, 2020. How it's going? Telegraph, how COVID vaccines can cause heart damage. Immune systems triggered by mRNA jabs may inflame cardiac cells with young men most at risk. Wow. It's almost like you were targeting young men at the same exact time you were importing tens of millions of military-aged men into these communities to almost as if you were trying to kill off the young men that existed and overthrow them with your invading army. I mean, almost as if. It's such a, maybe I should pitch that to a Castle Rock as a project, maybe an upcoming movie or TV show. It's so far-fetched. It's almost impossible to believe. And what a far-fetched story that would be, huh? What a far-fetched story that would be. Have some tequila, have some tequila. Have a tequila. All right, so this is allegedly the person. Brown University eliminated this, according to Kaguya's Top Gal. I've been seeing this circulate. Don't know if this is true, but this person is reporting this, and I've watched this many different places. Brown University allegedly eliminating Mustafa Karbouch's profile. He should be investigated as the shooter, and the school is protecting him, is the claim. AF Post says Brown University deleted the profile of student Mustafa Karbouch from its website. His X profile has also been taken down. Some are speculating that Karbouch may be the shooter. So some are speculating and some are reporting. Brown University seems to be scrubbing Free Palestine and LGB, etc. activist Mustafa Karbouch from their webpage. Are we witnessing a cover-up in real time? Asks C3. FBI Boston account on X says the FBI, in coordination with Providence, Rhode Island State Police, is releasing a new image of a person of interest in the mass shooting at Brown University on 12/13/25. FBI offering a reward of $50K for information leading to the identification, arrest, and conviction of the individual responsible. Anyone with information can contact the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or tips.fbi.gov, etc., etc., etc. And here's the person of interest. Sure matches the shape of this thing. And this person, just because they're mentioned, does not make them guilty. Keep that in mind. All right, Shadow of Ezra puts this out and says, Erika Kirk says Turning Point USA will host a Shabbat dinner during its annual America Fest conference. She says the event is meant to combat anti-Semitism, and they will also connect students with information from Jewish organizations. There's Candace Owens looking on like,
Is there anything specific that Turning Point can do to combat anti-Semitism?
Yes.
Okay. Is the world's most pressing need to combat anti-Semitism or to combat Islamic supremacy, Islamic supremacism? Isn't that the number one problem? Christians aren't killing Jews, right? Like anywhere. It's why are we focused on one part of this that omits the large problem of Islamic supremacists killing everybody who's not them? Why are they only focusing on the anti-Semitic angle?
So we're all of our college campus and high school campuses, we have these conversations. And our students understand exactly my heart and Charlie's heart and the sentiment of everything I just said. We have Shabbat dinner happening at AmFest. We have individuals in our chapters who are Jewish. We have people that are going to be having booths. We have an exhibit hall at AmFest that are Jewish, that have Jewish organizations. The only way to combat evil, just like Charlie did, is with dialogue and not being afraid to do it. If you have these things that are being said, you need to counter it with the truth. And if you don't, there's a void and a vacuum. And so even though they're a small number, they get louder and louder. So we need to do our best, which we're doing our part. We're going to continue to do our part to make sure that the truth is always heard. We'll amplify it even more. And we're going to do the best we can, but we need the whole community. We need everyone in on that.
Bob, thank you so much.
And so
Wireman says it would make more sense for them to just rename it Turning Point Israel at this point.
hate is hate.
Erika Kirk in tears condemns anti-Semitism, says Antunes.
It's evil. Charlie and I have always been very clear on our stance. Israel and Jewish people. It's awful. Awful. Anti-Semitism is what healing factor comes out of hating Jewish people? What healing factor comes out of hating Christians? What healing factor comes out? Hate in general. Nothing.
Where is the targeted effort to highlight the Islamic extremists, the Islamic supremacists that are doing the trigger pulling? Why is this all... Why does this feel so focused on the woe is me-ism of one particular group, but not everybody else impacted by radical Islamic supremacists?
Nothing. Charlie always would say very clearly, Jew hate was brain rot.
Is that public? Hang on. I just want to check that. Did Charlie Kirk publicly... So I might have. Yeah, probably. Maybe. I don't know. I actually don't know. I actually didn't watch a lot of Charlie Kirk videos, although he's in the show intro to the TNAM Daily Show, the Agree to Disagree show. I only really started watching his content after he passed. Jew hate is brain rot. He would always say it, she just said. Yes. August 25. Wow, that was just a couple weeks before he was taken out. Jew hate has no place in civil society. It rots the brain. Reject it. He would always say it, or he said it a couple times. He also described anti-Semitism as a brain rot that stops your ability to think independently in interviews and statements. The exact phrasing of Jew hate is brain rot is most directly attributed to him via her quotes. Jew hate has no place in a civil society. It rots the brain. Reject it. I don't have a problem with her condensing that to that. He did say it. I don't know that he always said it. Only one example popped up, 2 examples.
He would always say it.
Hang on, let me ask Grok again. Did he always say this? How many times did he say this publicly? TLDR, how many times? If he said it all the time, I guess it'd be hundreds of these. No, he didn't always say it. 1 to 2 times. One X post says it rots the brain. One podcast with similar brain rot wording. The always and exact as brain rot version come from his widow's posthumous references. So he only said this publicly once or twice then, not always. Of course, Grok hallucinates from time to time, so we have to incorporate that and understand that. Yes, He publicly used the phrase once or twice, not always. He did condemn anti-Semitism multiple times, calling it a lie from the pit of hell or rejecting Jew hate in debates. But that specific wording was only tied to those 1 to 2 incidences, amplified posthumously by Erika. So it doesn't match what we've publicly seen. He said it once or twice. She's making it sound like, good morning, babe. By the way, did you know that Jew hate is brain rot? Hope you have a great day at work today. Smooches. It's not to say it's not the case, but it's to say that he didn't publicly say that all the time.
We've been to Israel twice together. And to be able to walk in the place where our Lord walked.
If it's so important to Christians, why isn't it governed by Christians? Why isn't the land of Israel managed by a Christian nation to properly uphold the legacy and the lineage and the places that are important in the Bible? If the one and only true living God had so much to do with Israel, why isn't that area run by a Christian nation? Why isn't it? I don't fully understand that part.
And see the Bible come to life in Technicolor. Hate is hate. How could you hate that place?
Who is saying someone would hate that place? People are saying the bankers stole that land in 1948 at the end of World War II, and the people that were there would like their place back. I don't think it's like, oh, I don't like that sea. I don't like that beach. I don't like that hillside. I think they're saying they don't like that government, and they don't like that government existing. They'd like it returned and undone. I think that's what they're saying.
How could you hate the Jewish people?
Okay, they killed Christ. The Jews and the Romans killed Christ. How could you hate? I mean, then again, there's no Jesus story unless he was crucified. So in a way, you'd worship the Jews and say thank you. You'd worship the Romans. Thank you for killing the Son of God so that he could rise again and prove all of this to be silly horseshit. If you're a Christian and if you believe that story. I'm just trying to theoretically answer Erika here. I don't know. How could anyone hate? Well, you know.
How could you hate that place?
Yeah, it's not about the place.
Example.
It's about some of those things, I would imagine. I don't know. That's me trying to get in the heads of someone that would say something like that, of course. Right. Deb, what's up, Deb? Hey, Brian, what did you think about Mike's theory of the Reiner murders? I think my script is better. Yeah, your script is great. But look, I'm going to play you something in a moment. This is Michelle Obama coming up in just a minute here. They were set to meet with the Reiners. You don't think Obama had something to do with Butler? Are you kidding me? Clapper, Brennan, Reiner? Are you serious? I'm not saying that you're saying that, Deb. I'm just saying, like, Mike's theory and what he heard, I'm listening. I'm looking. These people are thick as thieves because they are thieves. They're stealing our country. James Fishback here says there are 99 problems facing my generation, and anti-Semitism isn't one. H-1Bs are stealing our jobs. Blackstone is buying our homes. 600,000 Chinese nationals are flooding our campuses. Whack overdevelopment. I'm running for Florida governor to fight for real people and real problems. My problem with this anti-Semitism complaint, like, you're only getting it from the Jews. Or I'm sorry, you're only getting this from the Arabs, from the Muslims, from the deep state commies who have infiltrated the Democrat Party, the Free Palestine chanters. They've co-opted the BLM, the race riot group. They just put on a different, what do they wear? Different costume. Why are you focusing so much on how dare you be critical of one particular group? Well, if the problem is violence coming from Islamists, maybe we should focus on anti-Islamists instead of, no, it's anti-Semitism. Okay, what about all the Christians? Where's the anti-Christianism? We don't even have a name for that. We certainly don't have a defamation league against it. That's fucked up. That doesn't smell right. It doesn't sit right. It doesn't feel right. There aren't Christians massacring people in the park. It's not fucking happening. And the moment anyone pulled something like that, they wouldn't say they're strictly adhering to their warlord's words from their holy book. They'd say, wow, that non-Christian has definitely veered from the holy words, from the holy book. Do you see the difference? And it's not just woe is me, woe is me, woe is me. It's the same woe is me shit that you hear from the Democrats that Obama's been pushing. America's been really bad to anybody who's not white. Fuck this country. It's a horrible country. I'm 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America. Everybody, it's, you got the anti-Semitism. Now I'm mixing my metaphors and my stuff here, but it's like, it's not about one group. It's about anti-Christite. Yes, I want an anti-Christite a Christite defamation league. A Christite, is that it? Deb says, I watched the film Being... Oh, you watched the film Being Charlie that Reiner and his son Nick wrote and filmed together in 2015. Pretty good and lots of insight, but also a false ending to their reality. I haven't seen it. John, yeah, I got 535 problems. I know. You only have 99? Pfft, sign me up. Sounds like a lark. Gad Sad says, please try to be empathetic and look the other way as your civilization is being raped and murdered into oblivion. Die kindly. Do you see it? Do you see what we're up against? Which is why there's only so much energy I can have to worry about Trump having a mean tweet about a really bad guy who is a deep state operative staging a coup to overthrow him in the grand conspiracy. Like, spare me. I'm not going to dance around and laugh, but holy shit, that video yesterday woke my eyes up. If you didn't watch it, watch the last 45 minutes of yesterday's show. It's a 22-minute conversation with Rob Reiner, John Brennan, James Clapper. Holy shit, it made it. If it doesn't make you angry, you're not paying attention. Okay, Deb says the movie Being Charlie is worth the watch. Free on Tubi. Thank you. Mike Solana says, hey, remember, it's important to not judge an entire religion based on, checks notes, 1,500 years of history and the actual teachings of its prophet. Devastator says, it's not a religion, it's a cult. They hide behind that religion identity. Yeah, I'm a little bit more concerned with anti-Islamic supremacist stuff.
Okay.
I got 99 problems, but anti-Semitism isn't one. Where's the anti-Christism? Where's the anti-whiteism? Where's the anti-manism? Where's the anti-Americanism? It's not just one group that gets to be a select group that can never be criticized, never gets, has to engage in debate about power and influence and bribes and manipulation and power and control. No. Nobody's special. Everybody gets that amount of hate. It's hate. Oh, it's hate to hold us accountable. It's hate to criticize us. Yeah, everybody gets criticized. That's not I don't even acknowledge that as a real thing. So Deb says the weird thing is I haven't heard of that film until after the Reiner murders. Yeah, same here. I didn't even know Spinal Tap 2 was out. I thought it was coming out next year. I want to watch it. Deb says I suspect many will watch it now out of curiosity. Yeah, I want to go back and binge the films. I'm trying to separate the art from the artist. It's like the Michael Jackson theory.
You guys are crazy.
All right, so here's Candace after the meeting. Here she goes.
Crazy. You guys are absolutely crazy. The amount of people who attacked me for sending out a tweet being like, hey, I'm good, I'm alive. We had a very productive conversation. And they were like, she got the call. She got the call. She's betrayed us. She's doing something else. I can't believe it. This has all just been a show. Calm down, okay? What do you think happened? Well, Erika said, stop and then I was frozen for 4 hours and 30 minutes, just like. I was sort of like, hey, I felt name checked by the podcaster Candace Owens, this obvious setup, and then asking me to stop. And it's interesting to hear Erika say that the reason she didn't ask me to stop in the beginning because she was actually learning things from the show. She was actually learning things, and that I think she similarly felt that Bari Weiss was trying to create a moment. Obviously, it's who Bari Weiss is. It's the Zionist lobby. One piece of this where I still don't understand it, and the magic bullet. I said one of the reasons why I really want to sit down is because I want to walk out of here and feel confident saying to my audience, hey, like, there's stuff going on behind the scenes, but Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. And I said that I want to hear why people feel so confident at Turning Point USA that Tyler Robinson is the guy. And at this point, they elected to call the lawyer. What I got from the lawyer did not make me feel that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. He spoke a very long time. I asked, can you share with me what it is? And I said, when you share this with me, I will not say what that thing is. If we want to protect the integrity of the case, I'm not going to, if you say, we've got the footage of him taking a shot, I promise I won't say that to the audience, but I will communicate to them that you have something that is solid. And no, to the exact contrary, this guy effectively said, not effectively, he said that they have nothing but the affidavit. Okay. So what we have seen is what they have. So with that in mind, I'm sitting here going, why are you signaling? Why do I feel like the public's being gaslit on this? There's been nothing that's convincing. There are so many commentators who have gone out and said to you, it's overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming. The text messages that don't have a date, that don't even sound real, that's overwhelming. That to me feels really fake and gay. I really do want to say that to every commentator that is out there trying to tell the public and insisting that if you say it enough times it'll become real, you're actually just being dishonest. Okay, you guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely crazy. The amount of people who attacked me for sending out a tweet being like, hey, I'm good, I'm alive. We had a very productive conversation. And they were like, she got the call. She got the call. She's betrayed us. She's doing something else. I can't believe it. This has all just been a show. Calm down, okay? What do you think happened? Well, Erika said, stop. And then I was frozen for 4 hours and 30.
So this is part of the Candace Owens story. This is what they're saying. Comments, your energy changed. What happened? Candace gone soft. Ruined your credibility doing it behind the scenes, regardless of what you say. Anyone else listen to her entire episode and not understand anything that happened? Anyone else feel that there's something off about this? This is a great meme. All these people going, That's great. I've never seen that GIF before. I don't even know what you'd type to make that happen. Everybody not believing that. Calling us crazy is wild. We know you are deflecting, girl. No one trusts you anymore now, Candace. This felt just like when Trump said, Epstein who? She was blackmailed, no doubt. This was a lot of word salad. Good night. So she definitely found out that he's alive because she's in such a good mood, and we haven't seen her this happy since September. It's an interesting. Okay, that's a good thought. I'm going to follow that person. 8,200 likes.
30 minutes, just like.
Nah, that's kind of funny.
Like, hey, I felt name checked by the podcaster Candace Owens, this obvious setup, and then asking me to stop. And it's interesting to hear Erika say that the reason she didn't ask me to stop in the beginning because she was actually learning things from the show.
I do. Look, I think there's something valid there. I fully support Candace's right to ask every question. We need more information. All right, hold on. Deb is still talking about the movies. I'm referring to Being Charlie, not Spinal Tap 2. Okay, Charlie was hit in the spine. Charlie Kirk. Yeah, now this is just getting weird. Now the simulation's winking at us. Let's move on. But I do really like what Candace is saying there. And yeah, I think Candace has been able to uncover a lot of things. And asking good questions and finding out like this is not a satisfactory answer. Whether we get the right answer or not, getting a non-satisfactory answer gives us some sort of information. That's for damn sure. So anyway, there's a bit of your Candace update and some of the fallout. Here's some more.
You guys were telling me not to drink water, so I didn't drink water. Well, I brought my own water, but I didn't drink that water too. It was a lot. There's a lot going on. Okay. And the conversation started with Justin Strife very sensibly saying, what are we looking to accomplish here? Like, what is the actual aim of this conversation? And he was pretty clear, and Erika was very clear, that they were sort of most upset with what obviously a bit of a fever pitch, what I tweeted, that it was a God-forsaken company and people should not give money to it. And I have to own that. That's aggressive. That is actually aggressive in the retrospect. I was very frustrated. And I don't know. I felt like we weren't getting any answers and there were so many lies. And then I was getting attacked for asking all meaningful questions that was within their capacity to answer. And I told you, I definitely, my problem in life is that I can rise to anger very quickly. I shared with them that I really felt like I was under attack for telling the truth from the very beginning, like casually, when I mentioned the Catholicism thing. Like, what was that about? I was like, look, I say something in a tribute to him. Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett then jump onto a podcast and they're doing that weird interview, which is clearly aimed at me. And they've teased the interview. It's like aimed at me, but they never say my name. And that to me felt like it was the first, the first bit of mud that was slung. Which their answer for that was, hey, that was a really crazy time. A new system had to be put into place. And by no means did Erika give any person the authority to go out and say that the Catholicism thing was a lie. It kind of turned into this big thing. Whatever. Okay, that kind of obviously was not the meat of the reason that we wanted to sit down. I will say I was immediately refreshed by the fact that one of the first things that Erika did was she owned the lies, or rather, I guess they would cage it as miscommunications that were coming from various people at the company. Like, look, this is a company with 650 people that are employed. Everybody at this time is exceedingly emotional and they are communicating. And no matter what somebody says on Twitter, they assume that this communication has come down from management, and that's not always a circumstance. But they owned right away, which felt great, that if you guys recall, Erika sat down with Glenn Beck. I actually missed this portion because I didn't get to watch the interview in its entirety, and we were pulling clips because a lot was coming out very quickly. But there was a portion that was going around that was viral, and it was Erika saying that she had Charlie's phone and that Charlie never texted anybody the night before saying that he thought that they were going to kill him. And that obviously reflected poorly on me, because I was the one who said that he did, in fact, text multiple people the night before. And then I went on Jimmy Dore on Friday, Jimmy Dore's show, and I clarified. I said, Andrew Colvett told me specifically that he was one of the people that received this text message. So I got that first person. I didn't get that from a source. I got that directly from Andrew Colvett. And then somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communications said that Dan Flood similarly received a text message. They owned that right away and explained. Erika said that she has Charlie's phone. She's looking at his iMessages, and it turns out that he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal. He communicates on Telegram, and that those when she heard me say that, they then went and looked, and yes, that what I said was true. Andrew Colvett received a message the night before, and Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now, they asked me if I had actually like a concrete a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before, and I said no. Somebody told me what it said, which was almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me. Andrew did not know who they were, that he was referring to were, but they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust them on that because I did not see that concrete message. I was told that it said they. Now, obviously, you guys were telling me not to drink water, so I didn't drink water while I brought my...
All right. So those are her words, whether you believe them or not. She's giving you her version of the story, which, we've been waiting for this update. It sounds like she's saying that, yes, there were messages. So, let's hear the other side. I didn't really see a TPUSA response on this yet. It is just weird that you wouldn't record things to just, sometimes you misinterpret things. Sometimes you misunderstand things. Like that stuff just happens from time to time. All right. Here's Mike Benz talking about the key to solving this case.
Who was the FBI agent who last had the physical copy of the security camera that we are looking at right now?
Almost like it was an inside job and a total hoax.
Which we are told has now been deleted. There's something called a chain of custody. All evidence has to have a recorded chain of custody because that gets interrogated in any trial.
Another comment. I'm slowly coming to the painful realization that the swamp is too deep and no one, not even Trump, can fix this because too many unnamed and unelected administrators are running and profiting off this unaccountability. Unless significant heads start to roll, in the judicial system, we're done.
The defendant in a trial has a right to interrogate the validity of the evidence entered and could make the argument, if there's no chain of custody, that wasn't my pipe bomb. You can't prove those are my fingerprints on it because I can't see the chain of custody of who handled the pipe bomb after you took it off the ground.
They're saying the actual pipe bomb is missing? Another comment, there's no accountability in our government. We all voted for Trump because we thought that's what he was after. Turns out we were wrong. No, I'm not saying I wish I voted for Camel Toe. F no. When billions of tax dollars get abused through USAID and others, someone should go to jail for it. When there are illegal wiretaps, someone should go to jail. When a huge story like an attempted assassination gets brushed under the rug, dude's house is wiped and his computer's wiped, we need answers for all of it. And we've got nothing because there is no accountability. Another comment, Cash is an epic fail. Epic. He said he was going to dismantle and salt the earth. Yeah, right. Same shit, different day. The frustration has grown. Another comment, protect Mike Benz at all costs. Another comment, if this administration cannot clean house in the FBI, I hold them accountable. I fear the deep state will have permanently won. I feel so sad for my once great country.
The chain of custody will tell you the names of the individuals at the FBI and DOJ who handled this tape. And there has to be, in the view of this Justice Department, a working presumption that the last person who touched it deleted it. Was it stored in a vault? Was it stored in a forensics lab? What was the last known date it was seen? What was the last known date it was seen missing? Then watch the cameras to see who took the physical copy of the tape out. You can't let them get away with this. Who was the...
Now, are they going to let him get away with it or not? Stephen Miller talking about stuff we've been letting people get away with.
For your audience.
Stuff that sounds a lot like treason.
Perfectly, Sean. This was not a loophole. The Biden administration, Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, devised a scheme to fly illegal aliens into the country and then to escort them en masse across the border by the millions and to give them something known as parole, which gives them a work permit, which gives them a social security number, which gives them access to the voting booth. This was the plan all along, to get them here illegally so they can get free government benefits, get hooked to welfare, and be able to participate in American elections. This was an attack on democracy by the Democrat Party. It's the same attack that we see, Sean, when you have California, a sanctuary state, that is refusing to turn over even illegal alien criminals and gang members to ICE. So these are illegal aliens in California who have been arrested by California police, by California law enforcement, for serious crimes, for crimes against children, for felonies, for crimes that threaten public safety, and they are refusing to hand these criminal illegal aliens over to ICE. Instead, they're freeing them back into the cities to offend and offend again. By any definition, what California is doing is criminal. It is a violation of our laws. It is one of the most heinous things that I have seen in my entire visit for your audience.
Conversation sounds a lot like treason. I want to see arrests. Biden administration destroyed America in 4 years. Democrats are importing the third world to help destroy America. This comment, I said this back in 2023 and the Instagram banned me. Yeah, when is Mayorkas, Biden, and the rest? When are they going to be arrested? Come on, we are waiting. We can't take the waiting anymore. The waiting is the hardest part. So the Brown University shooting, it's been widely reported that the shooter yelled something. What do you think he yelled? Let's give me a little bit less anti-Semitism. Well, okay, fine, say that. Let's give us a little bit less anti-Semitism, but a little bit less anti-Semitism complaints. And how about a little bit more anti-Islamic supremacist complaints? Because they're the ones doing all the killing. Oh, they're not killing everybody everywhere. Yeah, they're doing a lot of it. They're doing a ton of it. What is the answer? Thank you, Deb, coming in off the top rope there. Forever plaid. Lumberjacks are toxically masculine. Here's your $3.50 tip, Bo Ryan. Bo Ryan. I gotta do the. I don't even know how to do the neck thing. I know. I bet if I'd have to hold my. Get used to. Brian. It was like the Z snap. The two snaps and a twirl. What was that? Men on Film on Living Color? I had no idea I would get so many comments on this this plaid shirt. I guess it's a winner, right? I guess I need to rock this. All right. I'll have to keep it in the rotation. Thank you for the super chat, Deb from Sacramento, not from San Diego, not from San Francisco. Much obliged. So Libs of TikTok put this out here regarding the shooting at the university, Brown University. What did he yell before opening fire and ending two people?
There's a report the shooter yelled something right before his shot came in. Could you tell us what that was?
Yes, part of the investigation, Johnny Mukja.
What do you mean that's part of the investigation? Tell us what was said.
The only reason I asked that, though, is, for instance, like with the Unabomber, his brother recognized the writing. So it's possible a friend or family member might recognize if the person said something that was significant.
Correct.
So that's why you don't, other than the 9mm, is there anything else inside that auditorium that you could tell us?
No, that's correct. And listen, like I said earlier, investigations will bring us to evidence that we need to collect in order to be able to prosecute. With that being said, we're going to continue to collect evidence, and if it leads us to something to that nature that's going to be extremely helpful for us to identify somebody, we'll be the first ones to put it out.
Alex, on John's question, did the suspect yell, like has been reported, and there's been some erroneous reporting, but did he yell when he came to the classroom? And how valuable have witness statements been from those who survived?
Listen, my heart goes out to the victims. It goes out to the families, and I'll tell you that their cooperation has been extremely helpful. And that, with that being said, we'll continue, and I'm gonna respect the fact that, and I hope that they get better. And my heart and soul goes out to them. So,
did he yell though? Did
so that's something that we're investigating. We took statements, and we have to confirm that.
So,
we're gonna wrap it up here.
Now, there's a report the shooter yelled something right before his shot came in. Could you tell us?
It's weird that they're not gonna let that information out, isn't it? Doesn't that seem a little strange? Feels a little strange to me. And did he give the war cry of the Islamic supremacists?
One of the first things that Erika
Here's Candace again.
did was she owned the lies, or rather, I guess they would cage it as miscommunications that.
All right, there's music in the background, and that is an overlapping comment from something I did share earlier, of course. All right, congratulations to CBS News. Yes, you got to praise CBS News when they do something good. Maybe they'll start doing more good stuff. Who allowed this on CBS? Exposing the massive Somalian fraud in Minnesota and everywhere else in America.
A honeymoon in the Maldives, a fleet of luxury cars. Here's a box with more than $270,000 in cash. This was all evidence from a new trove of files obtained exclusively by CBS News, showing how a group of convicted Minnesota fraudsters spent taxpayer dollars. One text message reads, "You are going to be the richest 25-year-old.
We're not even at the end of the beginning of our pursuit of the stolen money and of the people who stole it."
U.S. Attorney Daniel Rosen leads the office digging into the wave of COVID-era fraud that hit Minnesota.
So how much money are we talking about stolen from the American taxpayer? I can say with great comfort, well in excess of $1 billion.
In the past 3 years, 87 defendants have been charged, 61 convicted. The majority of them are Somali American. Minnesota has the nation's largest Somali population. The perpetrators are accused of ripping off state-run programs intended to feed low-income kids, house the disabled, and provide services to autistic children.
This was a get-rich.
You know, fuck these pirates. You're supposed to have the most minimal government imaginable. And at the very least, maybe just help the weakest and most needy people amongst us. And they stole from that. That's reaching into the church collection plate. That's stealing from a cancer kid. That's robbing the table at the Girl Scouts. Fuck you, Somalis. The ones that have been stealing money from the most destitute Americans. Man, you came into our country and you stole from our disabled, from our mentally ill, from our invalids. Fuck you. We're not angry enough.
Rich scheme.
Andy Luger was the U.S. attorney who first examined this fraud. He left in January.
One of the things we discovered.
Minnesota, home of the Somalia of America. That's good.
Is that a number of the people involved were buying investment property, resort property in Kenya.
Wire transfers reviewed by CBS News also show more than $1 million went to Chinese banks. The Trump administration has said it's investigating whether any of the money fell into the hands of terror groups like Al-Shabaab in Somalia. A honeymoon in the Maldives, a fleet of luxury cars. Here's a...
Yeah, all right. You're not angry enough at what the Democrats did. Here's a reminder, Keir Starmer. Free speech has not been banned in the UK, and we will arrest anyone who says it has. Perhaps not an actual quote. Maybe it's an act of satire. Hey, dear liberals, stop worrying. Stop worrying. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Trump isn't going to jail LGB, etc. He's not going to make slavery legal or take away women's rights. He isn't Muslim. Because they jail LGB, etc. They make slavery legal. They take away women's rights. So instead of just constantly harping on, how dare you be anti-Semitic? Just focus. That's a small component in the pie chart. Stop being Islamic supremacist. Focus on that. That's causing so many problems. Here's Eddie Murray. Eddie Murphy communicating with Ilhan Omar about the Somalian fraud.
wadankii gabar idinka dhalatayne jawaabteedu waxay ahayd dowladda Mareykanka waxay ka qabanaysaa wixii annaga aan dhahno.
That's a word in Arabic. That means some shit to them.
dowladda Mareykanka qabo waxay ka qabanaysaa wixii annaga aan dhahno dowladda Mareykanka qabo. waa wadankii gabar idinka dhalatayne
There's your moment of Zen. Your moment of Zen right there. All right, Ahmed Y says, why is the mainstream media not covering this? They say, the fifth person has been arrested in the New Year's Eve bombing plot. They're calling this person a Trantifa Marine vet out to recreate Waco on ice. And this is real news, they say. Gotcha. On my way to NOLA. I'll be there in about 2 hours, just in case. Okay. They've raised an army of Trantifa. All right, let's share this tab instead. This is our X feed at American_media_. Please make sure you are following us. Okay. At the top of this page is our Patreon link. You can subscribe to us here. Top of our X feed at American_media_. Patreon link. Become a monthly subscriber. There's that video of Boris and Sophia Gurman, heroic married couple, rushing a jihad terrorist, exiting a vehicle in Bondi. We told you about that. All right. Gun Owners of America puts this out and says, no surprise here. Senator Chuck Schumer is exploiting tragedy again to push gun control again that punishes the innocent and empowers criminals again. Destroy the Democrat Party. They hate you. They have no right to limit our freedom to defend ourselves. Gun Owners of America will not compromise, not back down. The Second Amendment is not up for debate.
And separately, Congress must also take action against another poison of our age, that of rampant gun violence. Australia is no stranger to gun safety legislation. They famously took strong action in the
yeah, that's a warning to never do that, you fucking creep.
1990s and saw gun violence plummet.
Nope.
Yesterday, Australia's Prime Minister said the country will take another look at their gun safety laws and see where...
Yeah, he needs to be removed, recalled, and face charges. We have human rights to defend ourselves. No tyrant has the right to disarm us. None.
They can make improvements. If Australia can find courage to act after a tragedy like the one in Bondi Beach, Congress should certainly find the will to act after a tragedy.
Fuck you.
Like the one at Brown University.
You gargoyle fuckwad. Sorry, I'll try to tone it down. Gargoyle. Breaking 911 says cleaning staff at Disneyland Paris goes on strike over the weekend to protest poor working conditions. Thousands of visitors who paid high ticket prices complain that the Disneyland magic vanished along with the park's usual claim. Are they going to start chanting Free Palestine? I don't know. I this is sort of meditative. Kind of enjoying it. I don't know. What a mess. What a mess. ABC, ESPN, Disney. Yeah, you guys ended up on my list. My resale shop sold a Mickey Mouse yesterday, 2 days ago. Have another Disney ornament up for sale. Got a snow globe, listed a snow globe too. I love selling Disney stuff back to Disney people. I'm a big fan of that. It sells pretty well. Open salad bar. Is that what they were yelling? Open salad bar. Kenneth off the top rope with a super chat. I need to have like a like blow an air horn or something. Maybe yeah. I need to get like a soundboard of special effects when somebody makes a nice tip. Thank you, Kenneth. Off the top rope with a $20 bill. Appreciate you. Got to tip out my YouTube overlords and rake in some of that. Yes, Deb, I'm going to rake in 14 of that. Thank you so much. It is how the system works. PayPal does give all of it to Brian. That's true. And Cash App and Venmo as well. Once again, if anybody wants a mug for the New American Media, they're black and white and red all over. Shoot $40 on Venmo along with your address, and I will mail this out to you in the continental United States. All right, so there's Disney. Well, it's Disneyland Paris is what it's called. There we go. By the way, you want to see something awesome? Well, okay. Rhode Island Attorney General says, asked about footage depicting an individual. But please, look at this lady doing the sign language. These were the true superstars of the COVID situation. I don't even know how we're going to do this. Hold on. Maybe if I go side by side, can I cut her out so we can at least hear the conversation first and then we can watch her second?
There is no footage. I'll try to say it again. There is no footage that depicts this individual that would be useful in identifying him that we have not released to you. And I think
they don't have any footage of this individual that could help identify this person and that they could release to you. There's no way anybody's buying this.
You can tell from, frankly, the not very helpful quality of the initial footage that our standard is pretty low. If we thought it was at all helpful, we would have and will release it. There is.
Okay. Now, can we go full screen on this? Can we just? What are we doing with the faces? Look at this. Maybe I should play. Do I have the opportunity to play this back? Playback speed. Oh, nice.
There is no footage.
Let's just watch.
I'll try to say it again. There is no footage.
What are we doing?
This individual would be useful in identifying him.
I don't know if she's really saying anything, but I mean, she is.
We have not released you, and I think you can tell.
Is this real?
From
I get the hunch. I'm not trying to make fun of ASL. I'm just saying, like, it is so animated. Is she really articulating what's being said or just making some of this up? It did look dirty.
that our standard is pretty low. If we thought it was all helpful, we would have and will release it.
All right, look, let's just watch it one more time. I'll speed it up another 0.25 so it moves faster.
There is
Look at
no
this.
footage.
There's
no footage that depicts this individual.
I do not believe that she is saying the words that are being said. I don't get that vibe based on
that
this.
would be useful in identifying him.
I mean, I know that's the part that looks dirty, right?
Have not released you, and I think you can tell from, frankly, the not very helpful quality of the initial footage that our
there it is
standard
again.
pretty
What?
low.
What the heck?
If it we,
I don't
if we
know.
thought it was
Like,
at all
kind
helpful,
of like that.
have
Well,
and
good.
will
In the heart.
release it.
Look at the eyes.
There is
Oh,
no
my
footage.
steak. It's a tough steak.
I
don't know how many
try
eat
to
this
say
steak.
it again.
I'm
There's
gonna
no
pat it like I'm a
footage
bear, like
that
I'm a kitty
depicts
cat.
this
Mouth, mouth, mouth.
individual
Steak.
that would
Steak
be
is good.
useful in
It's gonna go in my belly. I'm gonna get full. Then you take it and you rub on the top. Get to me.
and I
Now
think
you look
you
and I go,
can tell
and then it
from,
explodes everywhere.
frankly, the not
Boom.
very
You,
helpful
not me.
quality
Nope.
of the initial
Well,
footage
you know,
that
like,
our
look at
standard
this
is
guy.
pretty low.
What the heck? What the
If
freaking?
we thought it was
I don't know,
all
6'7",
we would,
6'7",
have
like 6'7".
will
Be
release
in my belly. Look at it.
There is no
Cutting the steak. Cutting the
footage.
steak. It's so tough. From you to me, I want that steak, but it's so tough.
I can.
Guys, is this? I hope any of you had some fun with that segment. That lady is a cartoon character. She's a walking meme. Bless her. I hope you were able to hear my articulation of what she might have been saying there, because I thought it was maybe my best work ever. Pat myself on the back there. What did she eat? She was eating a steak. And then mashed potatoes, 6'7", 6'7". I don't know. And then, look at that. This lady's my favorite thing of the day. Let's take a look at Vienna, Austria. They've seen incredible demographic changes, especially in the last decade.
عمي منو هذا؟ سوق تسحب هذا لك بالعلامة ما كنت تسوق خرابي قاد
عندك نعناع وين صار؟
منو هذا منو؟
I mean, it looks like you're going to Tijuana. That's Austria. Save Europe while you can. All right, Tim Pool. He just feels like everything's breaking down. The Brown University shooting. Nobody's buying it.
Here we go. Look at this. Okay, there's a grainy silhouette. You can see nothing. How is this supposed to help anybody identify anything? This is literal nothing. It's a silhouette. You can't even see it. What is this? It's like a joke. This highlights an alarming information.
Look at that comment. Be on the lookout for a person with legs. Oh, that is Oh, that is comment of the day. Be on the lookout for a person with legs.
Gap confronting investigators.
My God.
Ex-users blasted Providence police. Be on the lookout for a person with legs. Indeed. I've seen better videos of Bigfoot. Savannah Insight says 800 cameras on campus, and you're putting this nonsense out? Why is Brown and the Providence police working together to hide the killer's identity? And this is an interesting question. The gunman who yelled something unique before shooting up a Brown classroom is still on the run. This was 6 hours after the shooting. Incompetence? Eric Daugherty says, holy crap, the Brown University president just got grilled. Check this out. Not knowing anything.
DC when it happened and flew right back, and I'm catching up right now.
President, with all due respect, 6 hours after the shooting, and you said you don't know what was going on in that classroom? How does that happen? Were they taking an exam? Were they meeting for a club?
I don't know. I don't know.
6 hours later, and you're the president, and you don't know?
I do not know.
Well, that's kind of concerning.
What is going on? It feels like everything is breaking down. I got to be completely honest. It feels like the system is broken, policing is broken, the media machine is broken. Maybe the uniparty establishment duct tape that held everything together has been ripped, and now it's all just spilling out into the streets. I don't know. I don't know what this is all about. This does feel strange, though, because typically in most of these circumstances, the shooter is captured almost immediately, or they take their own life. This looks like a targeted attack. Now, the question is, what is that something unique that was yelled? Something unique was yelled? Is a person who's perhaps yelling something unique at the students whom they knew, and this was a targeted murder? Or is it what everyone's already thinking? The person yelled Allahu Akbar or something like that.
It feels like the system is breaking down, doesn't it? The system breaking down. Showing nothing, telling nothing. How in the world? I see a little silhouette of a man. Yeah, can this guy do the fandango? Maybe in the afterlife he'll face thunderbolts and lightning. James O'Keefe says MS Now has quietly issued a retraction after Jen Psaki falsely claimed on air that I published Ashley Biden's diary. On her December 4 show, Psaki made the inaccurate claim. Instead of correcting it on air, MS Now edited the clip to remove the statement and added the following note to the video description correction. This clip has been edited due to an inaccuracy. This report stated that Project Veritas published Ashley Biden's diary before the 2020 election. While Project Veritas allegedly purchased the diary from the people who admitted to stealing it, was it stealing it or locating it, finding it, acquiring it? Was it stealing? I thought it was left behind, just like Hunter's laptop. According to court filings, the diary was published by the website The National File. You want to hear one of the weirdest things you'll ever hear? Hey, kids, want to hear a weird comment?
I would trust a Muslim with my life before any Christian of any race. And you want to know why? Muslims didn't put my ancestors in chains and drag them from Africa across the Atlantic.
Imagine being this daft. Yeah, I'm voting this as a helpful comment. The note that was added to this says the Arab-Muslim slave trade, also known as the Trans-Saharan or Eastern slave trade, is recognized as the longest in history, spanning over 1,300 years. It forcibly removed millions of Africans from their homeland. That's the Arab-Muslim slave trade, you nincompoop. That is Stockholm Syndrome, siding with your oppressors. Don't disparage. Don't do that. We're not tolerating that. All right, Jim Rome has thoughts on the University of Michigan scandal. It just keeps getting worse and worse the more that you learn.
When you consider all the...
Can I play the theme song? I mean, he's playing it.
Scandals and scummery, made that word up, scummery surrounding...
I actually don't know. Let me ask Grok really quick. Is a college university theme song subject to copyright claims if I play a clip on YouTube? College university theme song. Yes. Oh, for the love of God. So how did he play it? Maybe they... doggone it. Well, I'm going to scroll past it since I can't show it. But the University of Michigan scandal is really, 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 really bad. Brian Stelter has thoughts for the first time ever. They're not good thoughts, but they are thoughts. CNN. Take a listen.
A year ago, it was unheard of for a sitting American...
A year ago, it was unheard of that a sitting president...
A year ago, it was unheard of for a sitting American president to file a lawsuit against a news outlet. This never happened before until President Trump...
Oh, you mean like it's never happened before where you raided a former president's home to intimidate him or get incriminating evidence against your collusion and treason to steal it back so you can try to escape justice? Yeah, that's been unheard of too.
Until President Trump returned to office for a second term. But now, this year, he has sued the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, and as of this morning, the BBC.
And by the way, how's he done on those? Is he winning? Oh, yeah, he's winning because he's right.
So he is charting a new course, trying to take his war against the news media to...
No, war against defamation and lies. It's not against news media.
Court. And it's going to be very difficult for him to do so, but he's trying anyway. Even if these lawsuits are just PR stunts, he is getting the headlines he wants. A year ago,
he's getting the success. Yeah, up until this year, it was unheard of for a sitting American president to sue a news outlet. In just a few months, President Trump has managed to make it seem normal. You say normal, we say overdue. Hakeem Jeffries says there are but two parties in America right now, patriots and traitors. We said, yeah, that's weird. Then why is Hakeem Jeffries aligned with the traitors? Seems like a bad idea. Elon tells us that the woke mind virus in academia is measurable. You see everything shoot up past the 50s, past the 70s there, the meathead era, past the 2000s. Oh, it looks like anti-Semitism spiked in the 40s during World War II. Islamophobic spiked after we were attacked on 9/11. Transphobic happened after 2000. Homophobic. That peaked at 2000, has dropped a little bit, but is still wildly. Sexist, peaked around the mid-70s. And now it's peaking again. Racist. That's just been steadily climbing as people figured out they can bully people in corporations and political opponents into silence for a monetary gain. Once you learn it works, you're going to keep doing it. Yeah, it's very measurable. The woke mind virus is extremely measurable, says President Trump. This guy has been taken to the Harrogate in the middle of the night over a tweet. Our hate crime team reviewed it and said there are offenses we need to explore. England in 2025.
How many defence you not mentioned one question, something which we're trying to call. If you do say, maybe get evidence. Basically, Section 19.
Is this what you signed up the police to do?
This is my role. I'm trying to be reasonable with you here.
So
if there's stuff you...
I can't imagine that you are going to be in very long, but do you need any medication that you take at night?
Unreal. All right, so Tim Waltz, the derpiest Democrat around, goes into a rage. Listen to this. America, well, I'll tell you my thoughts after listening to this ass clown.
June 14th, they've been saying it since that horrific day at Annunciation. They continue to say it. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Of you.
And I've traveled across the state.
Enough of
These
you.
folks have traveled across the states. I've said in town halls, the deep sense of frustration, the deep sense of anger, the deep sense of grief and loss around gun violence, and to watch people stand and deflect and word salad about everything of this. There's too damn many guns and the wrong types of guns on the street. And I don't want to hear how do you define assault weapon. I damn sure can assign what it is and describe what it is and
no, you can't.
Tell you what it does. And unfortunately, we have a whole bunch of parents now who know a lot more about what these weapons were meant to do. June 14th, they've been saying it since.
America, we are under attack by the likes of Tim Walz and the deep state Democrats who are desperate and trying to violate our Bill of Rights and our right to self-defense. Impeach this traitor immediately. You don't get to go after our Second Amendment. It's off the table. It's not a thing. Gemma Forte talking about the BBC. Listen to this load of happy horseshit.
What I will say is the BBC made a mistake. They have apologized. This is completely
No, it wasn't a mistake.
Disproportionate. It did not affect him in any meaningful.
Yes, it did affect President Trump and every President Trump supporter in a meaningful way. Yes, it did, because you're demonizing us over your fucking lies. Acting like Trump called for people to go commit violence at the Capitol. That never happened. I was there. I can tell you it never happened.
It wasn't even broadcast in America. The defense is pathetic that people could.
Pathetic? You mean like your accent?
Could have got a VPN or whatever and seen it. It didn't stand.
You mean like your hairdo or that outfit? Pathetic.
And in his way to go. To go for.
I got to think of something. Isn't it, Governor?
To go forward as president in any way, and actually siding against the BBC. This is British free speech. This is British journalism.
Oh no, it's not. It's not free speech.
Okay,
no, it's not.
Well,
it's
libel. An error, but they've had
clearly
scalps.
libelous.
They've had some scalps over this, and they have come out and said that it was
had some scalps over this. Lady, are you being American Indian phobic? Native American phobic? I mean, indigenous. What are we allowed to say anymore? Who knows?
Sorry, to take money is absolutely absurd.
No, to take money is absolutely absurd. No, what's absurd is your organization willingly, mentally, intentionally misrepresenting the facts, isn't it?
Would you pay him a cash, make him a cash offer or nothing?
No, he's a bully, and it's so.
No, BBC's a bully, you twit.
Bully. And
bully. No, BBC is being the bullies, lying about President Trump to demonize our supporters. Supporters.
It's so fascistic. And
yeah, fascistic. That's fascistic.
Fascistic. And
look at the statistics.
Fascistic.
Fascistic.
And it's so fascistic. And fascistic. And you also
look at this guy on the right. He's gone, blimey, get a load of this bloke, eh?
And also, we don't want the BBC under threat, no matter.
Oh, we do want the BBC under a threat. And by threat, we mean accountability. You're going to marginalize all the Trump supporters? You're going to falsely claim that he's promoting an insurrection, a violent insurrection? Never fucking happened. That was all a frame attempt by the deep state to take President Trump out. And they need to be held accountable for the grand conspiracy of treason. That was a coup that happened right in fucking front of us. Oh, Paul BBC, isn't it? No. What
issues people have with it? It is our state broadcaster. And it's like when...
Yeah, it is your state broadcaster. Pumping out lies and propaganda. Hold them to account.
Someone has a go at your family. You can say what you want about them. You don't want some authoritarian...
Authoritarian? Yeah, that's what BBC is doing, authoritarian shit. Holding them accountable is a very American way of settling your hash, isn't it?
Overseas, having a go at our...
But if somebody else...
Let Brian come in.
At the bilge that comes out of Fox News, but if some Brit was trying to shut it down, that would be equally unacceptable. And actually, the BBC, globally, is really admired and revered.
No, they are not admired and revered. Yes, full disclosure, I had multiple meetings at the BBC offices in Los Angeles to work on a conspiracy-themed TV show. Almost worked with them. You should have seen the looks on their faces. It was 2016, heading into that election. It was brought up. Well, who are you? You know, are you paying attention? Are you going to go out and vote? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm voting. Oh, who are you voting for? I'm voting for Trump. And like their jaws hit the floor. They couldn't even imagine that someone like me existed. It was weird. Yeah, pay up, losers. Exactly. Pay up, losers.
And it's not just news. We know
Pure gaslighting. BBC did not make a mistake. They made a decision. Shame on them. Look at the Brown press conference. This is so embarrassing.
Do you believe that Brown had the precautions and safety measures in place before the shooting that were appropriate and necessary?
I do. And in fact, I'm glad you mentioned the sirens because...
I'm glad you mentioned the sirens. Who talks like that? I'm glad you mentioned the sirens.
I'm glad you mentioned the sirens.
Who talks like that? I'm glad you mentioned the sirens.
And in fact, I'm glad you mentioned the sirens.
Dopes talk like that.
In fact, I'm glad you mentioned the sirens because I think there's been some misinformation about that. We have two security systems that we can activate in a time of an emergency. One is a system that sends out text messages, phone calls, emails, and it was activated within minutes of the incident. Those messages went out to 20,000 individuals, so all alerts. We also have a system of sirens. There are 3 sirens placed across campus. Those get activated when there is a broad-scale emergency and we want people to rush into buildings. In the case of an active shooter, activating that system could have caused people to rush into Barris and Hawley. So that's not a system that we would ever use in the case of an active shooter. So,
just to follow up, it does say...
Wait, it would be like shelter in place. It's not rush into random buildings. It's like hunker down. Something's roaming around, attacking things.
It does say on the website when it was launched that it is for an active shooter.
it depends on...
It was designed for an active shooter.
It is for an active shooter.
That's all, folks.
It depends on...
Yeah, that's all, folks. Come on. Nimbus, let's go. Yeah, come on, jump. Nimbus, up. Come on. There we go. There, you jumped up. I think the audience wants to see you. There we go. Here. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. That's all, folks.
It depends on the circumstances and where the active shooter would be, but you don't want to ever get people rushing into buildings that might be the site of an active shooting.
That's it.
That's my understanding.
Go ahead, sir. Seems like there's a disconnect between your understanding and what's going on. A video is going around of a salesman at a homeowner's property refusing to leave even after being asked multiple times. The homeowner records the entire interaction as the man circles around and continues engaging despite clear instructions to go. At one point, the salesman claims he cannot understand, saying he thought the homeowner was speaking another language, even though it was English. He then tries to shake hands, which the homeowner declines firmly. Whoop. The situation grows tense as the conversation ends abruptly. The salesman is reportedly connected to Vivint, a security company that has faced criticism before regarding aggressive door-to-door tactics. The video is now gaining attention across platforms.
They don't have me come here so too.
I've asked you to leave 3 times now. I've told you I have no trespassing. Are you going to leave or not?
I'm wondering if this is another video that's going to get, wait, what's it say? Credit to Pro Breaking News. I wonder if they're one of these. Oh, no, that's just like a small one. All right, let's play it.
Oh, I didn't hear you say that.
You heard me say that.
Well,
so this is the second time on camera I've asked you to leave.
Well, you just pulled your phone.
I'm sorry?
You just pulled out your phone. It was facing at you.
Okay, are you leaving?
Oh, you want me to go?
That's what I said.
Oh, I didn't know. I got confused. I don't speak Spanish. Obviously, you want me to stay. Well, you have a great day.
No, fuck off.
I don't speak Spanish. All right, that's weird. Be careful with people coming up to your door. Here's a person coming up to your door. Merry Christmas. I asked Brock if this was a skit. I just keep showing more videos of people acting like Logan. Take some candy and go. And this guy's like, what? You just take all the damn candy? What the hell's wrong with you, lady? Bob. There's one person that doesn't need a purse full of candy like you used to. He's on counter and has to hurry up and stop. Like, oh, come on. Are you serious? What the? Are these people that know each other? I don't know. Anyway, we don't have to live like this. Daily Mail talks about this person jailed for 18 months for 2 anti-immigration tweets made after a Christmas market car attack that was viewed 33 times. Jailed for 1.5 years. UK has become prison island, says Elon Musk. Here's a flight that took off from Arizona with 266 illegal. And it lands in Venezuela, back home where the 266 of them belong. They should have multiple flights leaving hourly. Well, what's going to happen is, with the new budget, because it was passed, and yes, it's a big budget, but they're going to have a fleet of ICE airplanes that are going to be available to be flying people the hell out of here nonstop. Chartered flights, instead of having to rely on the whims of who's available, what the like open seats, this, that, and the other, what time of day. They're going to set that all on their own, and they're going to do it. And it's about time. Kenneth says, if your neighborhood has no HOA, you'll get plenty of that stuff. Hi, guy. Oh, Nimbus is being super sweet right now. Let me take this off. Look at him looking at Dad. Hi, guy. Hi, bud. Okay. Ah, you got me. Oh, you got me, Nim. You got me. London falling, exactly. All right, well, anyway, migrants returned. U.S. to Venezuela. Hey, here's a reminder. Back in 2015, Barack Obama declared Venezuela an extraordinary threat to the United States, and Democrats agreed.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro lashed out at the U.S. after President Barack Obama declared Venezuela a national security threat and signed an executive order approving new sanctions against the country.
Okay, well, you know, now the same Democrats oppose action against Venezuela for one reason only: Trump derangement syndrome. George Behezy tweets, says, the Western Hemisphere has been Trumpified. What do we got? Uh, 2026, following new governments, swearing in Chile and Honduras. 2026. Oh, why would they make the graph this weird? They have the colors flipped. Blue is the right wing. And red is the left wing. Oh, this graphic is terrible. So it's all red except for a couple, which means mostly totalitarian. And then the blue is MAGA stuff. Trumpified, the Western Hemisphere. Yeah, they have the blue and the red backwards. Hey, you want to check in? Mr. Star Spangled MAGA says, this is why I don't care if drug boats from Venezuela are getting blown up. This is like the weirdest performance art you've ever seen, and it's sad. It is infinitely You want more meth zombies in your neighborhood, ruining things for everyone, making everything dangerous? Or you want less meth zombies? So, yeah, if drug boats from Venezuela are gone, good. Help us fix our country and restore the broken lives of these addicts. Rick Scott has thoughts on Maduro in Venezuela.
All right, he is not, it's not regime change. He's not the president of Venezuela. He stole the last election. He lost it. It was proven he lost the last election. He's an indicted drug trafficker. He needs to be imprisoned in the United States. And what the president is doing exactly what he should be doing, stopping these drugs from killing my kids and my grandkids.
Okay. Patrick Byrne here says Venezuela is a hybrid ecosystem of terrorism and organized crime backed by Iran and China. In a new interview with Arnold Robinson, Patrick Byrne lays out what he calls the real organizational chart of global threat. The vice presidents, the Mexican cartels. The president, Venezuela's Cartel de los Sols. The CEO, Iran. And the chairman of the board, China, describes Venezuela as the logistics hub of a transnational terror, a launch pad for Iranian drones, Hezbollah training camps, uranium stockpiles, and industrial fronts used to evade sanctions. This is a multinational cartel structure with military-grade capabilities, and they're already here. Byrne warns this isn't just about Venezuela, it's about a hostile network operating just off of America's doorstep. All right. We put President Trump and Pete Hegseth in charge to watch for these dangers. President Trump, the commander-in-chief, keep us safe. So here's a conversation between John Fetterman and what's-his-face, Chris Cuomo, about Venezuela. Who makes more sense here?
What did you learn, Senator, that gave you any comfort that we're not heading into some kind of extended military exercise around Venezuela or in Venezuela?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was pretty comprehensive, and this idea, some things out in the media, it's kind of putting out this that the military is just picking off any boat that comes across. That's just not true. I mean, there's extensive intelligence, and they know exactly who's on that boat, and they know what's actually on that boat right now. And it's quite frequently they decline to take it and to move on those things. When they move on those kinetic kinds of strikes, they have absolute confidence that who's on it and what's on it, and that's exactly what it's about. They're not just going around randomly just shooting boats and those things. That's just not the fact at all.
So what did you learn?
So there you go. Maybe let your commander-in-chief do commander-in-chief stuff, What is this? Amazing to watch grown men act like calling a boy is the worst atrocity a human is capable of committing. This is a high school athletic director in Michigan.
I just, my heart, this alleged student at Skyline, my heart goes to them, whether they're trans or not. Just having that much negative eyeball on you and rhetoric is like incredible. The amount of pressure that you feel as a 16 or 17 or 18-year-old.
Oh, goodness. Spencer McNaughton says he, him. Well, this Chet Hessen says he, him. Why are they doing that? You're a guy. We know you're a he, him.
To have to deal with that, it's like, well, I would not wish that on anybody. And
anybody? It's the people that pitch shift up at the end of their sentences.
Just, not having parents and adults realize the impact that it's having on somebody is very frustrating, disheartening, and it makes me feel really sick to think about that. Me too.
To think about that,
and cloaking it as something that like you're doing a good thing, as
protecting women in women's sports is doing a good thing.
opposed to realizing that like you're really, really impacting somebody's life in a negative way, and not just that one person, but any other trans athlete that wants to participate but is choosing not to because they don't have to go through this shit. I would.
A trans athlete. Oh, they don't have to go through this shit? No, the women have to go through this shit.
Is choosing not to because they don't have to go through this shit.
Good grief. That's totally backwards. Here's Jake Tapper on opposite day talking about Biden and Trump, who they covered, what they covered.
We cover it all the time on my show, all the time. And I think that is to a large degree because we saw what happened with Biden, and while we covered it, we didn't cover it. Maybe we didn't ask as many questions as we should have at the time. And I think it is a legitimate question for any president of any age, but particularly anybody who is like in the range of being an octogenarian, right? We cover it all the time. We cover it all the time on my show.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah, we cover Trump's missteps, to a large degree because, well, we saw what happened with, I love the neutral. What happened with Biden? No, it's what you did with Biden. We didn't cover it, maybe didn't ask as many questions as we should have. So we're going to be even more aggressive on Trump because of what we covered up with Biden. It's so stupid. These people are so stupid. You don't dislike them enough. All right, trigger warning here. This is awful, but we got a sentence here. Just in, Las Vegas teens who did this. Well, let me show you what they did. Ugh, God, I hate even having to play. Like, if this was the end of my life, I wouldn't want to see it again. But 64-year-old Andreas Probst, this is a retired police chief, riding his bike.
Keep it moving. Bitch ass nigga! Stop talking shit, bitch! Stop talking shit!
Did he just run someone over right at the front of this?
Keep it moving.
Oh, they hit the car.
Bitch ass nigga! Stop talking shit, bitch! Stop talking shit! Nigga! Fuck wrong with blood. Ready? Yeah. Hit his ass.
Dude. They killed this guy.
Hey, I'm not that nigga knocked out. Oh shit, we need to get out of here. Put the address, Lake Jones.
Sitting 4 seats apart from each other in district court Tuesday to set a trial date, 18-year-old Jesus Ayala and 16-year-old Jameer Keys were seen giggling, conversing, covering their faces from media, and flipping off the Probst family.
How can you sit there after taking a man's life and act like such an entitled
Vegas teens who ran over and killed a retired police chief for fun while he was riding his bike, sentenced to up to life in prison. Hold on. Why is that even a question, though? No, without parole, it should be. They were juveniles, 17 and 16 at the time of the hit and run. They both received the maximum sentence. Keys, 18 years to life. Ayala, 20 years to life. No, that should be life to life. Period. No. You don't leave them the possibility of getting out. Up to life. I'm sorry. I thought that was life. That's very different. Justin Spiro here wants to break down the University of Michigan debacle with their piece of garbage coach. Sharon Moore is one of the least sympathetic figures ever caught in a situation like this. I've seen the messages. I've seen him try to arrange meetings with married women and total strangers. At least 2 women believed they were in a relationship with him. Well, 4 if we're including his wife and his secretary. God. Michigan had known about these issues for at least 18 months, and they tried talking to him, and he didn't listen, which was a lot of bravado for someone lucky to get the job in the first place. Sharon Moore was a clown, taunting Ohio State fans and calling out the entire Oklahoma student section before getting his doors blown off in Norman. He used his power and his influence to name a pizza after his mistress at Ann Arbor's most popular bar, for crying out loud. Wow. He was a third base-born charity case hire who lied to his employers repeatedly. His personal misconduct was a constant source of embarrassment. In his defense, he was a repeat offending cheater in athletics and a total basket case. Go Blue! Of course, Jim Harbaugh, the lying, cheating coach who cheated his way to a fake and fraudulent, phony national championship by cheating, says he feels for Sharon Moore after the arrest and dismissal from Michigan. Do you know? Yeah, we saw the Las Vegas teens who mowed down the retired biking chief sentenced to life in prison. That's not correct, Gateway Pundit. But we went further even when we thought it was life. We said, well, why couldn't they face the ultimate punishment? Vile excuses for humans. Shame on them. Shame on a justice system that won't just execute them like they did to the retired police chief. Here's a video allegedly shared by Dr. Malouf showing Mohammed Khan, a 71-year-old migrant from Pakistan, arrested for attempting to R a 14-year-old British girl. And he claims he had no idea it was illegal. Okay. Well, if you had no idea it was illegal, that's proving that this is incompatible to mix different civilized society with Pakistanis who want to abuse a 14-year-old girl. Period. This story makes me angrier than anything else. This Amazon delivery driver makes a delivery and he encounters a cat. And he calls the cat over. The cat's being vocal. What's he doing? He's reaching and moving his hand back, reaching him. Is the cat swatting at him or biting him? Then he picks up the cat and takes him. Where is the fucking cat? Jennifer says this version of the video is even more heartbreaking. You can hear the cat crying. Amazon identified the driver who stole Piper and is launching an investigation. Where the fuck is the cat? Where is the cat, Amazon? PETA, help. Where is the cat? Please share this for us. Person responsible was found and charges are filed. The cat is still missing. Oh my God. If this cat isn't returned in one healthy piece, the PR shitstorm that will follow will be unmatched. Get this woman's cat back before it's in 5 different pieces. Look at this freak. It's horrifying. The poor cat. Bezos needs to hire private investigators, offer an award that will actually help return the cat. Where's the license? Where is the cat? I'm going to do a search. Amazon cat. Was this Los Angeles? Lakewood sheriffs. It could be weeks or even months before someone can work on your case. Bullshit. Get to it. petting the cat before trying to pick it up, scruffs it. The cat takes it to a car. Where is the cat? There's another angle of it. Lakewood, California. Anyway. Okay, Daily Mail says Rob Reiner and Nick did not shy away from showing their dirty laundry in front of cast and crew members. It also says Rob Reiner and son Nick would kiss on the lips and fight furiously. That's the accusation according to Daily Mail. Elon Musk says, hey, from the Rabbit Hole account, one-step solution to crime, lock up the criminals. Look at that. All you got to do is lock them up and crime plummets. There we go. 2021. Wait, hold on. What's the blue? What's the incarceration rate spikes and the crime drops? Yeah. It's the same couple of people causing almost all the crime. It works, says Elon. To fix America, here's what we do, says the New American Media. Remove Democrats from all offices. Arrest the bad guys. Keep them in cages. Good Americans live free. Rinse and repeat. If you missed this yesterday, here's the flashback with Amuse. The file here. Rob Reiner founded an anti-Trump non-governmental organization with CIA alumni during Russiagate. He fueled the Russiagate conspiracy aimed at undermining the democratically elected President Trump. Reiner founded the Committee to Investigate Russia, an NGO that amplified the debunked collusion hoax. Former CIA Director John Brennan and former DNI James Clapper both sat on the group's advisory board. The operation blurred entertainment, intelligence alumni, and partisan activism to attack Trump's presidency. Watch it. It's 22 minutes. It's right there. Kim.com says the truth about Seth Rich. This is what I submitted to the DOJ and Robert Mueller. Both did not get back to me. You know, about the Russia hoax. For Hillary to perpetrate it, she first had to get rid of Seth Rich. He was the source and the reason why she lost. Representative Mike Collins asks, why is Brown University scrubbing a Palestinian activist's pages from its website and refusing to release what the shooter said before the attack? Laura Loomer says the noticing is only going to have to keep intensifying. There's no going back. Libs of TikTok reports Illinois state police have been forced to comply with mandatory LGB, etc., and DEI training or risk getting fired. Yeah, that stuff's illegal now, right? Internal training material provided to Libs of TikTok shows hyper-woke LGB, etc., and DEI propaganda being forced upon police officers. It includes training on using made-up pronouns, misgendering lessons, allowing men in women's bathrooms, promoting LGB, etc., activism at work, promoting race-based privilege, anti-capitalist narratives, compulsion to disrupt oppression, and much more. Your tax dollars are being used to push a woke far-left agenda on Illinois law enforcement. This needs to be immediately investigated and removed. Jerusalem Post reports London Mayor Sadiq Khan reportedly attempted to block a vigil for victims of the Bondi Beach terror attack. You might hear people talking about, at Christmas and illegal aliens, invaders, and Christ and Christianity and what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do. Well, Mom of Data Republican. Oh, okay. This guy says scripture's pretty clear.
Do you know people who love Jesus and don't seem to love anyone else? That kind of religion that says you can treat people however you want as long as you have a personal relationship with Jesus is an abomination. It is a cancer on the body of Christ. Scripture says you can't love God and hate other people. You can't love God and abuse the immigrant. You can't love God and bully the outcast. You can't love God and oppress the poor. We spend so much time looking for God out there that we miss God in the person sitting right next to us, in that neighbor who bears the divine image. In the face of a neighbor, we glimpse the face of God.
Says scripture is clear about following the law. Wanting to deport illegals has nothing to do with love of sovereign country, protection of our citizens, and guarding our resources. There's a process for immigrating to this country legally. You're confusing love of man with allowing immigrants to break our laws. You should be campaigning on wanting to change our laws, not break them. But that won't get you elected because the majority does not want open borders. James Talaricco, Texas State Representative. Okay. Rhode Island Attorney General Peta Naranha is asked about Mustafa Karbouch.
Question about that name, and I know the name that you're asking about because a member of the media asked me about it. I am familiar with it. I wasn't familiar with it when the media member asked me about it. I think it was either CBS or NBC. I asked my team about it, and I think this is an area where caution is really necessary. There are lots of reasons why a page might be taken down, particularly if there's chatter out there about, to your question, Amanda, about words that were spoken. It's easy to jump from someone saying words that were spoken to what those words are.
Yeah, that's what you do with words. That's what happens with words. They're spoken.
Words that were spoken. It's easy to jump from someone saying words that were spoken to what those words are, to a particular name that reflects a motive targeting a particular person. That's a really dangerous road to go down.
Dangerous road to go down. Is it what happened or not? We're not talking about roads. We're talking, did this happen?
Really dangerous. If that name meant anything to this investigation, we would be out looking for that person. We would let you know we were looking for that person. You know, again, I think it's just...
No, we don't know. Because the incompetence or the cover-up is staggering.
Really dangerous road to go down. I know that in today's age, there are lots of things that people read into things. It's just a dangerous thing to do. And I would leave it to us to identify persons of interest and let us run them down. What the public can do for us today is help us figure out who this guy is. And we hope to have more information.
The police chief says, what? Me? What? He points right at is that the police chief? We got to figure out who this guy is. Huh? Me? Why am I catching strays?
This guy is. And we hope to have more information out that will help you do that, help us do that. You have a phone.
Oh, I'm tempted to play it back and put voiceover with the lady.
Question about that.
I'll be the interpreter. Hey, you. Let's connect. Yep, right there. Yep. Yep. Ew! What is like on my face? One time I'm on point. Harumph. No. Yeah, let's say COC. I just hiya. Yep. Well, I don't know what the. Heart. Yes. I feel that. I want a cigarette after sometimes. I gotta smoke the pipe, if you know what I mean. I'm standing like this, and he's dancing around like that, and he goes, "Have you ever tried this way?" I said, right there on the face. And he reaches out, grabs, and then I go, hey, gotta smoke a cigarette. Take a drag, right in my heart. I'm gonna sub. Yep, a little bit of that. And then you flip it, smack it, rub it down. Oh no, there it goes. Okay. And then we set it there, and then it's up, and he's like, oh, nope, butterfly. And then it's like, 2 on the side. Yep, smoke. And right on the face. And it's like, there it goes. There, it couldn't find me. Yep, I know. But it does that, and I hold the cigarette, and it goes right in the heart, right emphysema, right in the heart, up from the head to the heart, and right there, I'm gonna hold it and point at it, and butterfly. Think about it. And scene. Oh, that lady's my favorite lady. Okay, I gotta keep going. I still have more to talk about today. Matt Van Swole says not a single Democrat posting about mean tweets from President Trump came and helped Western North Carolina rebuild after Hurricane Helene. Not one. You want to know who did help? Trump. He helicoptered in Starlink and saved lives. Even when he wasn't in office. So there you go. Riley Gaines says private equity firms will eventually dictate what happens to college sports. It's bad for athletes and bad for universities. So they're talking about it. President Trump thinks it's a disaster for college sports, the NIL. J.D. Vance fires back at reporters. This is a nice little clip here. Asking about Susie Wiles' alleged comment that called J.D. a conspiracy theorist. All right, well, I'll take the question, and I'll raise you.
Vice President Jacob Bogage from the Washington Post, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Same to you.
Unfortunately, I have to ask a bit of an off-topic question from affordability because news events do intervene, and that is the interviews that White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles gave to Vanity Fair, in which she's quoted as referring to you as, excuse me, and again, not my words, sir, but a conspiracy theorist of a decade, and described your transformation from someone who once opposed President Trump to now his vice president as an act of political expediency. And I'd like to give you the chance to respond to that, sir.
Well, first of all, if Susie, I'll trust what you said. I haven't looked at the article. I of course have heard about it, but conspiracy theorist. Sometimes I am a conspiracy theorist, but I only believe in the conspiracy theories that are true.
Yeah, the difference between a conspiracy and truth, a couple of years sometimes, and follow the new American media, because we're usually right above it. We can sniff out bullshit pretty easy. We got a fantastic track record. Yeah, he believes in the, well, here.
Theorist, what you said. I haven't looked at the article. I, of course, have heard about it. But conspiracy theorist, sometimes I am a conspiracy theorist, but I only believe in the conspiracy theories that are true. And by the way, Susie and I have joked in private and in public about that for a long time. For example, I believed in the crazy conspiracy theory back in 2020 that it was stupid to mask 3-year-olds at the height of the COVID pandemic, that we should actually let them develop some language skills. You know, I believed in this crazy conspiracy theory that the media and the government were covering up the fact that Joe Biden was clearly unable to do the job. And I believed in the conspiracy theory.
Who yelled something right there?
That Joe Biden was clearly unable to do the job.
Auto pen. That's what it was.
And I believed in the conspiracy theory that Joe Biden was trying to throw his political opponents in jail rather than win an argument against his political opponents. So, at least on some of these conspiracy theories, it turns out that a conspiracy theory is just something that was true 6 months before the media admitted it. And that's my understanding.
Game, set, match. Dunked on that.
Now, look, I do want to say something about Susie, though, because, again, having not read this article, Susie is a person I've come to know very, very well. And
she might be your chief of staff when you become president in 3 years.
You know, a lot of you probably ask yourself, what is it like behind the scenes? What's going on, actually, behind the scenes of the Trump administration? And
that is a good line. Can I vote for JD in advance?
I'll tell you, the president is exactly in private who he is in public. Like, I'll tell you a little story. Maybe a week or so ago, I walk into the Oval Office, and Marco and I are sitting there talking with the president about something. He says, stop. And he looks at our shoes and says, you guys have terrible shoes. So he goes and gets a shoe catalog. And remember, this is the Christmas season, so the president's got some holiday cheer. He goes and gets a shoe catalog and gets his favorite shoes and orders like 4 pairs of shoes for me and 4 pairs of shoes for Marco, because he's like, we need our vice president or secretary of state to look their very best. And, then we went back to talking about whatever major, international issue we were talking about. Again, he is exactly in private who he is in public. That's not true of most people in Washington, D.C. It's not. And I've seen so many people who will say one thing to the president's face, Democrats and Republicans, and then will do the exact opposite behind the scenes. You know why I really, you know what they are, and you know why I really love Susie Wiles? Because Susie is who she is in the president's presence. She's the same exact person when the president isn't around. I've never seen Susie Wiles say something to the president and then go and counteract him or subvert his will behind the scenes. And that's what you want in a staffer. Because as much as I love Susie, the American people didn't elect any staffer. They elected the President of the United States. And what you want in a staffer is a person who understands they are there to effectuate the will of the American people, and they're there to follow the orders of the duly elected Commander-in-Chief of the United States. And Susie Wiles, we have our disagreements. We agree on much more than we disagree, but I've never seen her be disloyal to the President of the United States, and that makes her the best White House Chief of Staff that I think the President could ask for.
And it might be his next Chief of Staff. Who knows? Lives at TikTok says, meet Jackson Tyan, a Chinese national arrested in New Orleans by state and federal officers for reportedly distributing abuse material involving kids. Employees of Sports Drink, a woke New Orleans bar, harassed the officers who were sent to arrest this alleged kid diddler. Absolutely deplorable. Thanks for getting him off the streets. So there wasn't probable cause to raid Mar-a-Lago, according to the FBI, huh? Yet these corrupt pricks did it anyway? Who's going to prison?
There are, however, certain points I want you to know. First, I personally approved the decision to seek a search warrant in this matter. Second, the department does not take such a decision lightly.
All right. Well, the buck stops with you. Treason trial incoming. Waiting. Hold your breath and wait for justice. See which one fills up first. Anyway, Matt Van Swole reminds you that was a tortured quote I was trying to. Wish in one hand, crap in the other. Which one will fill up first? Matt Van Swole says they don't K you because you're a Nazi. They call you a Nazi so they can K you. That is correct. That girl who was snuffed out at Brown University and we still don't have information on. So were web pages removed from the university website with the Brown shooting?
I believe some web pages for students or faculty have been taken down. Is that a response to any external threats to anyone in the community?
We have been working very closely.
We have been working very closely.
We have been working very closely with. Working very closely with law enforcement to provide them with all of the internal to Brown information that they need to do this investigation. It's their investigation. They're the professionals. So we're providing information. We're not in the job of reviewing it for them. I know nothing about web pages being taken down as part of this. It's the first I've heard of it.
Well, why does it happen? Allegedly. An $8 billion terror supporting network that poses as a campus, according to Niz Nelly, began posting about this professor at Brown University back in May of this year. What is this? President of Bizrite University in Ramallah. The campus holds parades for Hamas. He's taking a job from a professor who loves America and rejects terrorism. Bashara Dumani, Palestinian Studies, Brown University. Huh. I don't know if that's true or not, but they're saying it. Texas in big trouble. Muslim Brotherhood bombshell in Texas. Texas school choice dollars funding a Muslim Brotherhood kingpin who helped build U.S. recruitment and fundraising networks for Hamas. There she is eating the steak.
There's no footage that depicts this individual that would be used. There is no footage. I'll try to say it again. There is no footage that depicts this individual that would be useful in identifying him that we have not released to you. And I think
that's so great. New York Post says ICE has rejected Representative Ilhan Omar's claim that the son was pulled over by feds and pressed for citizenship proof. Absolutely zero proof. FBI did not believe it had probable cause to raid Mar-a-Lago for classified documents, according to a bombshell file. According to the New York Post, it was never about the law or national security, says BDW. It was always, and I mean always, about destroying Donald Trump and his America First populist movement. This is the woman who harasses another for wearing the red shirt in public, the Charlie Kirk shirt at Target.
So the chick that recorded herself going inside of a Target and harassing an elderly lady while she was working just because she was wearing a red Charlie Kirk shirt, yeah, she dirty deleted that video. You weren't ready for that heat that came your way, were you? Well, buckle up, Buttercup, because here comes some more. Because I don't know when you people are going to learn that you, of course, and she definitely likes them older. And while I had them on the phone, I went ahead.
Too much music. But now people are... the healthcare employer, people are reaching out about that. John Root says this is called eisegesis. What is it? Eisegesis in false teaching. Comparing Mary and Joseph to illegal Mexican immigrants is obviously a false equivalency, revisionist history, and insanely disrespectful to Jesus's parents. Neither Mary nor Joseph immigrated illegally to Bethlehem. They broke no laws. They traveled there for the Roman census because Joseph was of the house of David. You could simply read Luke 2 through chapter 2, verse 1 through 7, Mr. Minneapolis Police Chief, who says on ICE detaining illegals, Mary and Joseph themselves were considered outsiders and forced to stay in a barn. Carolyn Wren here reports what was shouted at Brown University.
The police did a press conference yesterday, and they would not confirm what the shooter yelled out before he started shooting. So you had a room of 60 students, 11 which have been shot, 2 are now dead. But that means that there are, at least they said somewhere around 40 students who are in there who could confirm what this man shot. At least 5 students that I have seen have confirmed on the record in media interviews saying that he yelled Allahu Akbar. Well, I think that that's pretty relative information. I think that that would matter as there's a massive search for the shooter. Did he yell Allahu Akbar? Because then we should be looking for a, free Palestine terrorist. And Reddit yesterday, by the way, had to shut down the Brown University board because free Palestine students were celebrating Ella Cook's death. The police did a press conference.
Oh, they hate you. This is a report here. Whistleblower details massive Somali voter fraud scheme in Maine. Oilfield Rando says it's happening in Maine, Minneapolis, Seattle, Ohio, Georgia. Somalis are allowed to scam welfare programs in exchange for harvested ballots, they claim. 5-minute video to watch. Wall Street Ape says Barack Obama's Affordable Care Act has rampant fraud. Over the last 2 years, Government Accountability Project submitted 24 fraudulent applications on Affordable Care Act subsidies. 23 of 24 were approved. Scott Adams says, I'm starting to think half the country belongs in jail. Edited BBC clip has been used as evidence at a J6 trial. Enrique Tarrio confirms the exact same edited clip aired by the BBC that lady was claiming didn't harm anyone was shown to his jury, falsely implying that President Trump said something he never did. It wasn't until weeks ago I realized those words weren't even close together. They were 50-something minutes apart, I think. Noble One says the Justice Department knew the clip was misleading and they used it anyway. Now legal action against both the BBC and DOJ is on the table. Key detail, they clip out POTUS's actual words. We're going to peacefully and patriotically make our voices heard. Tarrio, that fake clip didn't just influence my trial, it influenced the president's case and justice itself. How is this not prosecutorial misconduct? Lori Garrett The Washington Post fired Karen Attiah because she quoted Charlie Kirk saying, "Black women do not have the brain processing power to be taken seriously. You have to go steal a white person's slot." She added no comment. Merely an accurate quote is the claim from Lori Garrett, but Matt Van Swall says, "Hi, Lori. If you can find me video evidence of that exact word-for-word quote by Charlie, as it is written by you above, I will Venmo you $10,000 today." It's now been 3 months, Matt Van Swell says, since I offered Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist $10,000. If she could find video evidence of that quote, she never found it. Again, this is a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist lying. Stephen Miller talks about this AF Post graph saying all this year's net job growth has gone to Native Americans, people born in this country. Nothing to people born outside the country, thankfully. These jobs data that you've seen in your life has been a lie because it's simply a measure of international migration. Far from measuring job creation, past job reports measured the replacement of American workers. This is the lady Michaelia Ponce's employer announcing on Facebook that police are now investigating her for harassing an elderly Target employee over a Charlie Kirk Freedom shirt. They noted that they've been flooded with calls for the matter. Keep going until Ponce finally learns the hard way. Svetlana Lakova says 2 months before the Mar-a-Lago raid, Ray's FBI retroactively and secretly reclassified Crossfire Hurricane documents that President Trump declassified in the last week in his first term. Then they hid the documents. They thought forever. They didn't expect President Trump to come back. Then Jack Smith charged the President Trump under the Espionage Act, accusing him of keeping and distributing classified documents, endangering national security. Look at the stamp on the document on the right, top left corner. Classified until 2091, effectively forever. On May 25th, 22, 2 months before the raid. On the left, it's exactly the same document, but not classified. This document describes FBI agent Stephen Soma meeting with FBI informer and CIA operative Stefan Halper, who lied that General Flynn and I had an affair and that I was a Russian spy. This was done to start the Crossfire Hurricane investigation of Donald Trump's advisor, General Flynn. Babylon B says, here's a groundbreaking new study finding that Islamophobia may be partially caused by Muslims killing people all the time. Groundbreaking new study finds Islamophobia may be partially caused by Muslims killing people all the time. Do I need to read that a third time? Babylon B. This is so insane. Listen to Mike Benz here.
It gets back to their one chance for winning the election in 2020, which is what they called the Red Mirage Blue Shift event. This is CNN, for example, September 1, 2020, month before the Whitmer kidnapping, 2 months before the election, 4 months before January 6th. Deciphering the Red Mirage and Blue Shift, uncertainty surrounding the election results. This was what CISA and the censorship operation to censor the 2020 election was all about. It was to pre-censor anything that might question or, quote, delegitimize an upcoming miraculous come-from-behind victory the day after or in the days after, where it would be a red mirage, Trump would win on election night, but then it would shift blue and Biden would win. They knew.
Oh, I was streaming live that day. It made no sense.
Knew that was Biden's only path to victory, and that it would look to all hell. So they had to pre-censor 5 months before that happened.
Pre-censoring everybody.
Starting in June 2020. Any criticism of it on social media. That's why you got banned for questioning mass mail-in ballots.
We got banned.
Because high-ranking government officials at the Department of Homeland Security teamed up with their outside blob mob, who are all career specialists in toppling governments, and know that the crux of it is perceptions of legitimacy.
Yeah, it was never perceived as legitimate. Al Franken, man, you guys all right if I do this tomorrow? It's been a long show. It's been a long day. But the roast of Rob Reiner, Al Franken, weird kid abusing stuff. I feel like I want to unpack that tomorrow. How about that? Let me do that tomorrow. You can check out our X feed. I wanted to get to it today. But by the way, did Rob Reiner, was his X account deleted? Is there a Wayback Machine that has all this stuff somewhere? Will Rob Reiner's son use the defense of the Menendez brothers? Was he abused? They're making jokes about it. Al Franken. That his dad brought Hollywood friends in to abuse him, and that he would bring people in to abuse his kids. And the Obamas to meet Rob Reiner and his wife the day that they... I got to talk about this stuff here.
They don't know. They don't know. That's right, Rob Reiner is a huge homo. Big fag. Not that that's a bad thing.
They say much truth is found in comedy.
Of course it isn't, not unless you're me. And in order to get a role in A Few Good Men, you had to let this Jewish Paul Bunyan ride your rectum around the room like a Shetland pony.
And you loved every second of it.
And you loved every second of it.
Also true. Having said all that, you're a brilliant and original craftsman, a loving father. And a loving father to your own, if not all kids, and on a personal... We don't know.
On a
Here's Al Franken.
Typical night, Carl would slip into Rob's bed.
Talking about his father, Carl Reiner, from the Dick Van Dyke Show.
Roll him over, swab him down, and say something like, I'm thinking about hiring Maury Amsterdam to play Buddy Sorrell. What do you think? Well, the success of the Dick Van Dyke Show changed things dramatically. Carl started inviting many of his famous friends to son.
I mean, it isn't particularly funny. I don't really get where the joke is. But Al Franken is roasting Rob Reiner, talking about how his dad would invite his pedo Hollywood friends over to abuse his child, Rob.
And that list includes some of the greats in comedy. Paul Lynde, Dom DeLuise, Rip Taylor, Danny Kaye, Charles Nelson Riley, and Rock Hudson, whom I frankly don't think was that funny.
Very weird. War is not pretty, and neither was Rob Reiner, apparently, from his Comedy Central roast, says Sean. Doug Frank says, Rob Reiner, the left is losing its mind over Trump's recent post regarding the death of Rob Reiner, who is an extremely loud and aggressive critic of Trump. They're posting and posting and posting. Trump is a master of tweaking the left, and especially those with TDS. Trump keeps the left irrational while he systematically derails their agendas. Like it or not, Trump derangement syndrome is real, and the left has lost its mind. Like it or not, fifth-generation warfare is real, and Trump is waging it. This playbook is right out of Alinsky. War is not pretty. Jokes were made about the relationship Carl Reiner had with his young son, Rob, years later at a Comedy Central roast. Uh-huh. It's actually way creepier than even the excerpt I'd read made it seem. There's no joke in it at all. No punchline. And the stuff before and after the R seems a bit to make it even more specifically about his kids.
That will make him grow up to be a fully functional, happy person, unlike
Hold on.
Is far more substantive. But I have to tell you that Rob has devoted himself to seeing the kids from birth to age 3 get the kind of nurturing, intellectual stimulation, love, really, that will make them grow up to be a fully functional, happy person, unlike, say, Brett. And it's a great thing. Most people don't know where this comes from. And Rob doesn't like to talk about it because he's kind of a modest guy. But it comes out of his own personal experience. See, as a baby, Rob was routinely beaten by his father, Carl. Rob believes that this early physical abuse had a profound effect on him as an adult and led to the horrible failure of Ghosts of Mississippi.
I need to go for North on that one. I was curious.
Exactly. What possibly could explain North?
Was that a movie?
I helped them out.
On a typical night, Carl would slip into Rob's bed, roll him over, swab him down, and say something like, "I'm thinking about hiring Maury Amsterdam to play Buddy Sorrell. What do you think?" That's funny.
This is the funny part we didn't hear.
Rob, I love you like a brother.
Wait a minute. Don't love me like a brother.
No, and all kidding aside, it's been a great evening, and thank you for doing so much to make sure that no other kid ends up like you.
It's just, you're all seeing this. You're seeing that it's weird. You're seeing that it's creepy. You're seeing that it's not really funny. And it's talking about kids and kids being abused and kids growing up weird and making sure kids don't turn out like you and what generational trauma cycle, like, and then the kid is the one that allegedly offed him, and you just wonder. So yeah, these things are going around. So you want to talk about creepy people? Are there any two people creepier than Michelle Obama and Jimmy Kimmel? Well, let's take a listen here.
You and your husband were friends with Rob and Michelle Reiner, and I'm very sorry for your loss.
My God.
How long have you known the Reiners?
We've known them for many, many years, and we were supposed to be seeing them that night, last night. And we got the news. And
okay. The Obamas were supposed to be seeing Rob Reiner that night. Is it possible that this is the Obamas sending a warning shot, taking somebody out, somebody who knew stuff? I mean, he was actively colluding in the treasonous grand conspiracy with Clapper and Brennan. Is it possible the Obamas publicly took him out to send a message to others? You better not speak out. Better not say anything. You better not cross us. You better keep your secrets. I mean, could they possibly this brazenly be straight up telling you that they're the ones that did this? The Obama chef story? Does that make a lot of sense? I don't know. I don't know here. But this is a weird twist I didn't see coming.
You and your husband were friends with Rob and Michelle Reiner, and I'm very sorry for your loss.
my God.
How long have you known the Reiners?
Looking up and off to the left, to the right, thinking of your story, thinking about how you want to say what you're saying. Is this the mother of the two children? Deb says at Conan's party, meeting up, then the Reiners left. My understanding is they were supposed to meet up the night that they were found, which would have been the day after the Conan party, I think. That's my understanding.
We've known them for many, many years, and we were supposed to be seeing them that night, last night. And we got the news. And let me just say this, unlike some people, Rob and Michelle Reiner are some of the most decent, courageous people you ever want to know.
Unlike some people, who is this Obama person throwing under the bus there? Who is the slight aimed at? Courageous to conspire with the traitors in the deep state to overthrow the United States of America, along with them and Hillary and Biden. Oh, Rob was a part of this attempt, the treasonous attempt, impeachment, a coup to overthrow the president of the United States.
Unlike some people, Rob and Michelle.
Unlike some people, what a weird thing to say.
And we got the news. And let me just say this, unlike some people, Rob and Michelle Reiner are some of the most decent, courageous people you ever want to know.
Decent. No, he was not decent. He was an unhinged asshole on Twitter. Courageous what? To participate in your coup? Yeah, I don't know about that.
They're not deranged or crazed. What?
Oh, yeah, you said it. Deranged and crazed. Oh, definitely referencing the President Trump tweet. We've read Rob Reiner's rants, nonsensical ramblings for years.
They're not deranged or crazed. What they have always been are passionate people in a time when there's not a lot of courage going on.
Not a lot of courage going on.
They were the kind of people who were ready to put their actions behind what they cared about. And they cared about their family, and they cared about this country, and they cared about fairness and equity. And that is the truth. I do know them.
You and your husband.
All right. John Bolton indicted by a grand jury on 18 felony federal counts. Okay. Unlawfully transmitting, retaining top secret classified information, sharing daily notes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Canadian cancer patient euthanized because he couldn't get chemo treatment. This is what single payer healthcare gets you, says Stacy. Clarence the Angel, Babylon B. Clarence the Angel takes Gavin Newsom to Florida to show him what California would look like if he had never been born. All right. That's what I wanted to share with you today. So many stories, so much going on. Today has been a whirlwind. Thank you for being here. Jeez, Kenneth, they were going to sing a slaying song that night. Nick might have. And then there's Deb's theory. Maybe it was a setup. He threw money at the kid's drug problem. Watch Being Charlie. All right. Lots of truth in that film. Not a good look for Rob Reiner. Well, anyway, that's what I want to share with you today. Thank you, everybody. We're in this together, finding out what people are talking about. But holy shit, the Obamas were set to meet with the Reiners the night that they were exterminated. Your comment about the Clintons taught the Obamas everything they need to know. Yikes. Yeah, and beware, if there's ever an Epstein's tranche that comes out, allegedly Friday it's supposed to come out. Will Bill Clinton meet a untimely fate before all the dirty laundry can be aired. Keep your eyes peeled on that. There you go, Deb saying, thanks, Brianna. I know, a long show. God, I had so much to talk about today. For real. But I'm going to call it. I'm going to tap out. Thank you, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow at noon. And then tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, we'll have Strictly Football with myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson. That will be Strictly Football tomorrow, 3 p.m. Brought to you by the Unhappy Hour Sports Show here on the New American Media. So signing out for everybody in the TNAM universe. I appreciate you. I love you. And we'll talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody. Peace.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.
I mean,